beneath the heart of Rome lies a fortress of memory unlike any other. For centuries, the Vatican's secret library has stood as both a sanctuary and a prison for the written word, a place where fragments of forgotten civilizations, theologies, and prophecies are guarded under lock and seal. Its corridors stretch into the silence of history, housing manuscripts older than empires, maps drawn before continents were known, and records of voices silenced by councils and inquisitions. From Mesopotamian flood tablets to Egyptian funerary, papyri from censored gospels to forbidden books of science, this collection gathers not merely texts, but entire worlds of thought that could reshape how we understand humanity's past. Yet the library's true origins remain veiled. Was it simply the vision of Renaissance popes seeking order and preservation, or was it built upon a much older tradition of secrecy inherited from Rome, Byzantium, and civilizations long forgotten? Tonight, we open the gates, not to solve the mystery, but to wander its depths. Join us as we ask, who really built the Vatican's secret library, and what knowledge still waits in the shadows, hidden from the world? Chapter 1. The Foundation of Vatican Hill Long. Before the echo of church bells drifted across the Tiber, before the dome of St. Peter's Basilica caught the first light of dawn, the ground we now call Vatican Hill was already ancient. Beneath, its polished marble floors and gilded chapels lies a landscape of memory, layered with centuries of burial and belief. To walk here, even in imagination, is to walk over countless generations of lives once honored, then forgotten, then remembered again under new names and symbols. Archaeologists tell us that Vatican Hill was not part of the bustling civic core of Rome. It lay just outside the old city walls, across the river, where the city's dead were laid to rest. In Roman practice, necropolises, cities of the dead, lined the roads beyond the boundaries of the living. Families built mausoleums, small altars, and stone chambers to preserve their ancestors. On this hill, tombs crowded together in careful rows, carved with inscriptions and decorated with mosaics. They spoke of love, grief, and the desire for remembrance. This was a landscape not of silence, but of ritual. A place where Romans crossed from the city of the living into the city of the dead, carrying offerings and prayers for their departed. Excavations beneath the Vatican complex have revealed some of these tombs. Narrow passageways lead to chambers where niches once held urns or sarcophagi. Some are decorated with frescoes of mythological scenes, Hercules lifting his club, winged figures guiding souls, banquets where the dead reclined, as though at an eternal feast. Inscriptions etched into stone bear the names of the forgotten, freedmen, aristocrats, children lost too soon. This was the necropolis that once stretched across the slope, long before Peter, the fisherman turned martyr, was said to have been buried here. But the story of this hill reaches further back still. Long before Rome, the Etruscans had walked this land. They were a people whose origins remain shadowed, their language only partially deciphered, their gods both familiar and strange. To the Etruscans, the landscape itself was sacred. Hills, rivers, and skies were woven into systems of divination. They read the future in the flight of birds and the entrails of sacrificed animals. Some scholars believe that parts of Vatican Hill may have held significance in their rituals, though the traces are faint, buried beneath layers of Roman construction. Even the very word Vaticanus has been linked by some to the Vaticini, the prophecies or oracles that once spoke through the priests of this land. When the Romans absorbed Etruscan knowledge, they also absorbed their sacred geographies. The hill, overlooking the bend of the Tiber, may already have carried a weight of meaning, a place where the boundary between living and dead, human and divine, seemed thinner. And so, when Rome grew into empire, the hill continued to serve as a liminal space. A circus was built here under Caligula and later Nero, where races and spectacles unfolded. It was in this arena, according to tradition, that Christians were executed, among them Peter himself. The necropolis that lined the hill became the resting place of martyrs and commoners alike, their tombs intermingled with the stones of Rome's pagan dead. Centuries later, Constantine, Rome's first Christian emperor, chose this very ground for a monument of faith. The decision was not arbitrary. To raise the first great basilica of St. Peter, Constantine ordered the levelling of part of the necropolis. Tombs were cut into, graves displaced, layers of past devotion sealed beneath new foundations. Some archaeologists have marveled at the difficulty of this construction. Building on a sloping necropolis, filled with monuments and human remains, was no small task. Yet Constantine insisted on placing the basilica directly over the spot believed to hold Peter's grave. The message was clear. Here, where once pagans had buried their dead, Christianity would anchor its holiest shrine. The transformation of Vatican Hill from necropolis to sacred centre raises lingering questions. Was this merely a practical choice, sanctifying the place of martyrdom? Or was it also an act of deliberate conquest over older traditions? By building over the graves, Constantine's basilica quite literally overlaid the Christian story upon the pagan past. In doing so, the earlier voices of the hill, the Etruscan augurs, the Roman families, the cults of forgotten gods, were muffled, their presence acknowledged only by the stones buried beneath. When modern excavations were permitted in the mid-20th century, researchers carefully descended below the papal floors. They uncovered chambers filled with earth, corridors once sealed, inscriptions long unseen. Among them, a wall bearing the faint words Petros eni, Peter is here, scratched in Greek. Fragments of bones were discovered, sparking both devotion and controversy. Were these truly the relics of the apostle, hidden for centuries beneath layers of stone? Or were they part of the countless burials that marked this hill since time immemorial? Walking through these excavated passages, one is struck by the sense of continuity. Pagan and Christian tombs lie almost side by side. Symbols of Apollo and Dionysus blend with the fish and anchor of the early church. It is as if the hill absorbed one generation after another, never discarding, only layering, each age built upon the last, each seeking to inscribe its meaning onto this slope above the Tiber. Even today, the air here seems thick with memory. To imagine the Vatican Library above, a repository of texts and manuscripts drawn from every corner of the earth, is to see a continuation of this layering. Just as the basilica was raised upon a necropolis, so too was the library built upon centuries of voices. Beneath the polished archives of popes lies a geography already sacred, already inscribed with the language of the dead. Why was this hill chosen? Was it merely coincidence, a martyr's grave, an imperial whim? Or was there something older, something recognized by Etruscans, Romans, and Christians alike that made this ground resonate? Some have suggested that sacred geography often repeats, that holy sites are seldom invented anew, but instead rest upon earlier centers of power and devotion. Perhaps Vatican Hill was always destined to hold the weight of memory, whether pagan or Christian, human or divine. And so the story of the Vatican Library must begin here, in the soil of the necropolis, among the tombs of freedmen and patricians, children and martyrs. For the library, like the basilica above it, is not simply an institution of Renaissance learning. It is a continuation of this ancient layering, a vault of memory raised upon a hill already heavy with the voices of the dead. As we leave this chapter of origins, the shadows of the necropolis linger. The tombs remain below, their frescoes faded, their inscriptions weathered, their silence intact. Above them rises the basilica, and beyond that, the archives of the popes. But beneath it all, Vatican Hill continues to whisper of older times, when Rome's dead lay in rows upon its slope, and when augurs once raised their eyes to the flight of birds across the Roman sky. Chapter 2. The Roman Necropolis. Beneath St. Peter's Basilica. Beneath the soaring dome of St. Peter's, Beneath the gilded altars and marble floors polished by centuries of pilgrims' footsteps lies another world. It is a city within the city, a place of the dead preserved in shadows. Archaeologists call it a necropolis, a city of the dead. And yet, when one steps into its corridors, it feels less like ruins and more like an echoing whisper from the Rome that was, and perhaps from older voices still. The story of this hidden realm begins in the first centuries of the Common Era, when the slope of Vatican Hill was lined with tombs. To the Romans, burial grounds were kept beyond the city's sacred boundary, the Pomerium. Here, outside the bustling heart of imperial Rome, families built mausoleums and chambers for their dead along the roads that wound toward the hill. The necropolis stretched like a silent suburb, filled not with the living, but with carefully tended monuments to their memory. When excavations began in the 1940s, prompted by the wishes of Pope Pius V to locate the grave of St. Peter, archaeologists discovered that beneath the basilica stretched an entire complex of tombs. Long corridors emerged from the earth, lined with chambers stacked one against another, their walls still bearing painted frescoes and carved inscriptions. These tombs dated back to the 2nd and 3rd centuries, built during the height of Rome's power, when emperors ruled from palaces and the old gods were worshipped in temples across the empire. Some of the chambers were richly adorned. Mosaics of mythological figures shimmered in the dim light of torches and lamps. In one, a figure of Orpheus, the legendary poet who could charm beasts and gods with his music, sits playing his lyre. In another, vines twist into patterns recalling the cycles of life and death. There are banqueting scenes where the deceased recline as if feasting forever, echoing the Roman belief in an afterlife that mirrored the pleasures of this world. Yet, interspersed with these pagan symbols are faint traces of something different. Some tombs bear the anchor and fish, early emblems of Christianity, scratched into plaster or painted discreetly upon a wall. These symbols remind us that during this time, Christianity was not yet triumphant, but hidden, moving quietly beneath the surface of Roman society. It was in these very grounds, tradition tells us, that Peter, the apostle, the fisherman, the martyr, was buried after his execution during Nero's reign. The presence of Peter's supposed grave became the central question of the excavations. Deep within the necropolis, archaeologists discovered a simple grave, marked by a wall that bore a scratched inscription, Petros Eni. Peter is here. Within a nearby niche, bones were found, carefully wrapped in purple and gold cloth. To some, these remains are sacred relics, evidence of the apostles' presence. To others, they are part of the countless burials that filled the necropolis, indistinguishable in their silence. The Vatican has embraced them as Peter's, but the mystery remains unresolved, leaving open the haunting possibility that the foundations of Christendom rest upon uncertainties, woven together with faith and fragments. Beyond the question of Peter, the necropolis tells a larger story of continuity and erasure. Its walls hold inscriptions in Latin and Greek, invoking not only Christian blessings, but also pagan deities. Mercury, Apollo, and Dionysus appear in imagery, side by side with the quiet symbols of Christ. Some tombs belong to wealthy families, their chambers filled with marble sarcophagi. Others held the remains of freedmen, tradesmen, and children. In their diversity, the necropolis reveals a Rome where many traditions overlapped, where cults and religions coexisted in uneasy harmony. And yet, when Constantine, the first Christian emperor, chose this site to build his basilica in the 4th century, he ordered much of the necropolis to be filled in. Entire tombs were sealed with earth and rubble to create a platform for the new church. The dead were entombed once more, not only in stone, but in silence. Their inscriptions, their prayers to forgotten gods, their careful offerings, all were buried beneath the rising walls of the basilica. The act was not random, it was deliberate. Constantine placed the center of Christian worship directly upon the necropolis, transforming a place of pagan and Christian dead into the foundation of a new world order. walking the narrow passages. Today, one feels the weight of this erasure. The air is cool and heavy, the ceilings low, the walls close. Dim lights reveal frescoes faded but still alive with colour. The Greek letters, the Roman names, the mythological figures, they all remain, half visible, half buried. This is the underworld beneath the Vatican, where ancient Rome's dead sleep under the steps of pilgrims who never know they walk above them. Some scholars have suggested that within these sealed tombs lies evidence of mystery religions that flourished in Rome, cults of Mithras, Isis, and Cybele. Their rituals, often secret, promised rebirth and salvation, themes that resonated with Christianity itself. Traces of these cults, a carving here, a symbol there, hint that the necropolis was not merely a resting place, but perhaps also a hidden stage for rites of passage between life and death. To what extent Christianity absorbed, borrowed, or reshaped these traditions remains an open question. The necropolis beneath St. Peter's is therefore more than an archaeological site. It is a palimpsest of belief. Layer upon layer of devotion is inscribed into its stones, from pagan offerings to Christian relics. It shows us a Rome in transition, a Rome where gods yielded to a new faith, but not without leaving behind their shadows. In its corridors, one can almost sense the tension of that time, when the old and new worldviews overlapped, when every burial carried echoes of both continuity and rupture. Above this subterranean city rises the grandeur of the Basilica, and, beyond that, the vast archives of the Vatican Library. But here, below ground, lies the soil from which both grew. The necropolis is the buried root, the foundation upon which centuries of triumph, doctrine, and secrecy were planted. It whispers of what came before, of what was chosen to remain unseen, and of the fragile line between memory and forgetting. As we move deeper into this journey, the necropolis lingers in our thoughts, a labyrinth beneath the holiest of Christian shrines, a city of the dead still carrying the voices of Rome. Its frescoes and inscriptions remain, not erased but entombed, suspended in silence. And in that silence, questions remain unanswered, waiting patiently in the earth. When archaeologists first stepped into these hidden passageways, they described a sensation not only of discovery, but of intrusion. Dust clung to their clothes, and the stillness seemed almost alive. For centuries, this necropolis had remained untouched, walled away under Constantine's construction. To disturb it was to awaken a silence deliberately preserved. Lamps flickered against ancient plaster, revealing names and prayers inscribed by hands long gone, as though the dead themselves were momentarily illuminated after their centuries of burial. One chamber revealed a family tomb, its walls painted with intertwining vines, doves, and festal garlands. Another contained a marble sarcophagus carved with the story of Dionysus, the god of rebirth and ecstasy, whose cult promised life after death through ritual initiation. The choice of imagery was not casual. To the Romans, these myths were not entertainment, but sacred truths, metaphors of eternity. In the dimness of the necropolis, the carved scenes still seem to speak, reminding us that resurrection and renewal were ideas older than Christianity, already inscribed into the stones of the hill. Among the finds were also inscriptions that told of professions and lives once lived. Bakers, merchants, freed slaves, all sought dignity in death. Their epitaphs ask for remembrance, a plea to be spoken of after their passing. Some inscriptions invoke multiple gods, showing how Roman religion often blended traditions without contradiction. In this sense, the necropolis is not merely a cemetery, it is a catalogue of human belief, layered and plural. And yet, woven into this tapestry of pagan symbolism, small Christian signs emerge. The anchor, a hidden cross disguised as a sailor's emblem. The fish, drawn with simple strokes, recalling the earliest followers of Christ who identified themselves through secret symbols. These small marks were not public declarations. They were coded, concealed within the broader context of Roman funerary art, a quiet signal from one believer to another. Such mingling of images reveals a world not of sharp divisions, but of gradual transformation. Christianity did not emerge in isolation. It grew among symbols, rituals, and beliefs already deeply rooted in the Roman imagination. The necropolis bears witness to this blending, where Orpheus could sit beside Christ and where Dionysus could echo the promise of resurrection. It is here, in the soil beneath St. Peter's, that the transition from one world to another can be felt most tangibly. Chapter 3. The origins of the Vatican Library. The story of the Vatican Library does not begin with marble halls or gilded manuscripts. It begins in silence, in the careful preservation of words long before the name of Rome became synonymous with empire. The library, as we know it, was officially founded in 1475 by Pope Sixtus IV, but its foundations stretch back far beyond this date, into centuries when the possession of knowledge was both a shield and a weapon. In its earliest form, the Church inherited not merely land or wealth, but memory. The Roman Empire, with its vast bureaucracies and archives, had already woven a culture of record-keeping. Scrolls were stored in public libraries, private collections, and imperial repositories, recording everything from tax rolls to philosophical treatises. When the empire fractured and the Western world shifted into turbulence, many of these texts vanished, but some found their way into the hands of monasteries, copied by patient scribes whose labor in candlelit chambers ensured survival through the long centuries of uncertainty. By the time Christianity rose to prominence, these scattered collections of Roman knowledge became instruments of authority. To control scripture was to control the faith. To preserve records was to define the boundaries of history itself. Thus, the Vatican's eventual library was not simply born out of curiosity or scholarship. It was an institution conceived at the intersection of power and preservation, designed as much to guard secrets as to safeguard truth. When Pope Nicholas V, in the mid-15th century, first envisioned the revival of Rome as a cultural capital, he gathered hundreds of manuscripts, both sacred and secular. His dream was not modest. He sought to restore Rome as the intellectual center of the Christian world, surpassing even the great libraries of antiquity. But it was Pope Sixtus IV who formalized this dream in 1475, establishing the Bibliotheca Apostolica Vaticana. It opened with more than 3,500 volumes, an immense collection for its age, and one that continued to swell with every generation. The Vatican Library grew not only through its own commissioning of manuscripts, but also through inheritance and transfer. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, countless Byzantine manuscripts made their way westward. Some were gifts, others were taken as spoils or carried by refugees. These texts contained the intellectual legacy of Greece and the Eastern Roman world, works of philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and theology that had been safeguarded for centuries in the East. Their arrival in Rome changed the very balance of knowledge in Europe, feeding into the Renaissance with a sudden flood of ancient wisdom. Alongside these transfers came documents far older still. Through monastic networks stretching across Europe, the Vatican absorbed manuscripts from Benedictine, Cistercian, and Franciscan houses, each of which had quietly preserved fragments of antiquity through the Middle Ages. Some monasteries held illuminated Bibles, others fragments of lost Roman histories, and still others obscure commentaries that hinted at traditions now forgotten. Each text was drawn into the Vatican, catalogued, and placed under its watchful care. Yet the gathering of knowledge raises an unsettling question. Was the aim to preserve or to contain? Scholars speak of the Vatican Library as one of the world's greatest treasures, but its secrecy has long inspired suspicion. Only select scholars, and only under strict supervision, have ever been allowed to study its rarities. Many believe its walls hold texts too dangerous, too contradictory, or too revealing to be freely shared. Gospels that never made it into the canon, perhaps. Accounts of histories that defy the official timeline. Even records from older civilizations, absorbed during the long centuries of conquest and conversion. the motives of the Renaissance popes were layered. On one hand, they sought glory. The possession of knowledge elevated Rome's prestige, placing the papacy at the center of intellectual authority. On the other hand, knowledge was a means of control. In an age when heresy could splinter the unity of the Church, guarding dangerous texts was as important as preserving holy ones. By holding them within the Vatican walls, the Church could dictate what was remembered and what was forgotten, what was studied and what was silenced. The library itself became a physical symbol of this duality. Its reading halls were designed with beauty, adorned with frescoes and light. Yet the deeper collections were hidden in chambers locked to the public. A visitor might be dazzled by what was shown, but never glimpse the entirety of what was stored. Even today, scholars estimate that only a fraction of the collection is widely accessible, with millions of pages still unseen. Among the manuscripts known to exist are treasures of unimaginable value, fragments of Virgil written within a century of his death, maps that guided the explorers of the Age of Discovery, and early codices of the Bible whose variations challenge the notion of a single, unbroken text. Some collections are even older: Egyptian papyri, Babylonian tablets, manuscripts copied in Greek from traditions that may have originated in lands now lost. Each is a window into a past that seems to expand the longer one gazes into it. But what of the texts we are told nothing about? What of the manuscripts that never leave their shelves, whose contents are known only to the archivists? The suspicion endures that within the walls of the Vatican Library lies not only the story of Christianity, but the suppressed memories of civilizations predating it, echoes of knowledge absorbed, hidden, and quietly erased from the common record. Standing in the presence of such a collection, one feels both awe and unease. The preservation of knowledge is noble, yet its concealment raises questions as old as the library itself. Are the shelves of the Vatican filled with the wisdom of ages, waiting for the right moment to be revealed? Or are they a vault, ensuring that humanity never fully recalls the truths buried in its own past? As we leave this chapter, the image lingers. Corridors lined with shelves that vanish into shadow, scrolls that crumble at the touch, tomes bound in leather darkened by centuries. Behind each lies a story. Some we are permitted to read, others remain closed. Together, they form the quiet heartbeat of the Vatican Library, a pulse of knowledge that has endured across empires, faiths, and ages of silence. And still, the question remains: was this library built to enlighten humanity, or to guard it from what it was never meant to know? Chapter 4. The Codex Vaticanus. In the dimly lit vaults of the Vatican Library, among countless manuscripts and fragments of parchment, rests a book that has long stirred both reverence and unease. It is not gilded in gold or adorned with jeweled bindings, yet its quiet presence carries more weight than many treasures of kings. This manuscript, known as the Codex Vaticanus, is one of the oldest surviving copies of the Greek Bible, written in the 4th century of our era. Its parchment pages, pale with age, whisper of a time when Christianity was still finding its voice, still shaping the boundaries of its faith, still choosing which stories would be carried forward as divine truth, and which would fade into silence. The Codex Vaticanus is believed to have been copied in Egypt, perhaps Alexandria, the ancient seat of scholarship where Jewish, Christian, and pagan traditions once mingled. It contains much of the Old and New Testaments in Greek, written in the simple majuscule script of its time. Letters without ornament, without spacing, an uninterrupted flow of sacred words across the page. Yet for all its completeness, it is also marked by absence. Certain texts we find in later Bibles are missing. The Epistle to the Hebrews stops abruptly. The pastoral epistles, Timothy, Titus, are absent. The book of Revelation, that thunderous vision of cosmic endings, is nowhere to be found. Was this omission the result of accident, of pages lost, or was it deliberate, an early editorial choice that reminds us that even Scripture, so often, thought immutable, was subject to the shaping hands of history, the presence of variation within the Codex Vaticanus unsettles many. Where later manuscripts standardize passages, this codex preserves differences. A phrase altered, a verse missing, an ending cut short. One of the most discussed examples lies in the Gospel of Mark. Later manuscripts end with Christ's resurrection appearances, a triumphant closing. But in the Vaticanus, Mark ends more abruptly, with women at the tomb, astonished and afraid. The resurrection narrative is missing. Was it never there, or was it excised? Such questions are not merely theological curiosities. They point to a deeper truth, that the Bible, before it became canon, was a living text, copied, translated, debated, and sometimes reshaped. What survives in the Codex Vaticanus may therefore preserve not the final word, but the fragile moment when sacred tradition had not yet been fixed. Scholars studying its pale ink have traced layers of correction. At least 2 hands, perhaps 3, have moved across its pages in antiquity, making adjustments, inserting marginal notes, standardizing what they found. The corrections reveal the tension between fidelity to the original copy and the desire for conformity. Which version of a phrase was closer to truth? Which was closer to orthodoxy? Such judgments were made not by angels, but by human scribes. It is here that suspicion gathers. For if even in the 4th century, sacred texts were shifting beneath the pen, how much has been lost or reshaped in the centuries since? Were entire books, perhaps carrying alternative visions of faith, deliberately set aside? We know of Gospels now called apocryphal, Thomas, Mary, Judas, which circulated in early Christian communities but never found a home in the canon. Did the Codex Vaticanus once stand at the edge of those choices, reflecting a Christianity broader than the one later enforced? The Vatican Library has long been both protector and gatekeeper of this manuscript. It is not a book one could casually request from a shelf. For centuries, access was restricted, its pages guarded from the curious. Only in the modern era, with facsimiles and digital reproductions, have scholars been able to study it widely. But one cannot help but imagine those who first read it centuries ago within the Vatican walls, aware of its differences, aware of its omissions, and wondering what those absences implied. The Codex also reveals something about the world in which it was created. In the 4th century, Christianity was rising to imperial power under Constantine and his successors. The Council of Nicaea had already debated the nature of Christ, and bishops were engaged in fierce disputes over doctrine. To possess a standardized scripture was not merely an act of devotion, it was an act of politics. In a world where rival sects claimed authority through their own texts, to fix a canon was to fix a boundary of belief. Perhaps the Codex Vaticanus was part of this process, one of the early attempts to gather a definitive text to bring order to a sprawling diversity of manuscripts. If so, its variations may reflect a moment of transition when not all decisions had yet hardened into dogma. The mystery deepens when we consider its survival. How did this manuscript, fragile as parchment, endure when so many others vanished? Was it preserved deliberately because of its perceived authority? Or was it tucked away, forgotten, until rediscovery centuries later within the Vatican's collection? Its earliest documented presence in the library dates to the 15th century, but how many centuries before that did it rest in hidden archives? Every page seems to whisper both revelation and concealment. It shows us that Scripture was not static, but evolving. It reminds us that choices were made, some preserved in ink, others lost in silence, and it raises questions that may never be answered. Was the Codex Vaticanus a faithful witness to an earlier, purer tradition, or was it already a shaped document, reflecting theological currents now buried by time? To contemplate the Codex is to stand at the threshold of a mystery older than dogma and deeper than doctrine. It is to sense the fragile line between divine message and human hand. And as one turns its pages, preserved in the hushed vaults of the Vatican Library, the awareness grows that our image of sacred history has always been partial, always refracted, through the lens of preservation and omission. The Codex Vaticanus remains one of the Vatican's most precious possessions, yet it is also one of its most haunting. It shows us what was written and reminds us of what was not. And so we close this chapter not with an answer, but with an echo, a manuscript from the 4th century, silent yet eloquent, carrying in its omissions the weight of questions that have never ceased to stir the human heart. Chapter 5. The Etruscan Question. Long before the shadow of Roman legions stretched across Europe, before emperors and popes claimed the hill of the Vatican as sacred ground, another people held sway in the valleys and ridges of central Italy. They were the Etruscans, a civilization whose cities thrived between the 8th and 3rd centuries before the Common Era. Their painted tombs, their bronze mirrors, their temple foundations still whisper of a culture both familiar and alien, bound to the earth yet turned always toward the mysteries of the afterlife. The Etruscans gave Rome much of its soul, arches and augury, gladiatorial rites and insignia of office. All of these the Romans inherited from their predecessors. Yet while Rome absorbed and expanded, the Etruscans faded into silence. Their language, unlike Greek or Latin, was never fully preserved. Only scattered inscriptions survive, etched on stone urns, inscribed on tablets of bronze, scratched upon votive offerings. Enough remains to suggest complexity, but too little to unlock the whole. Their literature, which ancient writers claim once filled libraries, has vanished almost entirely. It is here that the Vatican Library enters the story. Hidden among its millions of manuscripts are rare fragments of Etruscan writing. Some are housed on fragile slips of linen or preserved in Latin commentaries that quote older texts now lost. There are mentions of sacred rituals, of chants offered to underworld deities, of augural rules by which priests interpreted the flight of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals. What survives is tantalizing, like shards of a shattered mirror that once reflected an entire world. The most famous relic is the Liber Linteus, a linen book preserved not in Italy, but in Egypt, where it had been cut into strips and used to wrap a mummy. Only by chance did it endure, and only by painstaking study could its faint letters be discerned. Though it is not kept in the Vatican, copies and studies of its text circulate within the archives. Its script, still only partly understood, seems to record rituals, invocations, perhaps calendars of offerings to forgotten gods. It reveals that the Etruscans were deeply preoccupied with the cycles of sacrifice and cosmic order. The Vatican's role in gathering such fragments raises questions. Was the intent to preserve the heritage of Italy's pre-Christian people, or was it something more cautious, to collect and contain the remnants of a rival spiritual system, ensuring that its gods would never again rise in the memory of the faithful? For in the rituals of the Etruscans, one finds not merely superstition, but a worldview that regarded the universe as a dialogue between mortals and powers older than time. Archaeologists excavating necropolis across Tuscany and Lazio have uncovered frescoes that show feasts of the dead, processions into the underworld, beings with wings and serpentine hair who guided souls beyond. These images suggest a mythology rich with texture, a cosmology that regarded death not as an end, but as a crossing. Yet the written sources that might have explained these images are gone. Only in hints, in fragments, do we glimpse the voices that once spoke these myths. Why such silence? Was it the attrition of centuries, the erosion of parchment and papyrus? Or was it also the hand of suppression, deliberate forgetting in the face of Rome's rise? Ancient authors themselves acknowledged that the Etruscans possessed extensive sacred books, volumes on divination, ritual, and prophecy. Roman senators consulted them in times of crisis, but few copies survived into later ages. Did the Church inherit these texts, only to bury them in the vaults of the Vatican Library? Or did it allow them to vanish, judging their contents too closely tied to pagan powers? The Etruscan language itself seems to resist us. Unlike Greek or Latin, it is not Indo-European, but something older, perhaps descended from a pre-literate culture of the Mediterranean. Scholars have identified some words, translated family names, even grasped fragments of grammar, yet whole passages remain opaque, their meanings locked. It is as if a veil were drawn between us and their thoughts, allowing only shadows to pass through. And still, the Vatican Library holds its copies, its glosses, its marginal notes in Latin and Greek that hint at what once was. For those permitted entry, the silence of the Etruscans lingers like a presence in the halls. The awareness that beneath Rome, beneath the Christian centuries, lies a forgotten Italy whose gods once held sway. The question is not merely archaeological, it touches on the deep memory of place. The Vatican Hill itself was once within Etruscan influence, its soil shaped by their settlements and sanctuaries. If the ground beneath St. Peter's was already sacred before the first basilica was raised, then the Christian choice of site may not have been coincidence. Was it continuity, an unspoken inheritance of a sanctity older than Rome itself? We cannot say with certainty. The gaps in the record may be natural, or they may be designed. What we do know is that the Etruscans, whose art shows laughter and dancing as much as mourning, whose bronze work gleams with refinement, whose priests measured the skies for omens, are now little more than fragments in the Vatican's vaults. Preserved, yes, but silenced. And so the Etruscan question remains: were these remnants stored out of respect for Italy's ancient roots, or locked away to ensure that their forgotten gods and rituals would never again be called upon? Perhaps both. Perhaps preservation and containment are two sides of the same gesture: to hold memory in one's hand and yet deny it the breath to live again. The corridors of the Vatican Library breathe with this tension. Between preservation and silence, between memory and erasure, lies the story of the Etruscans, a people once vibrant, now little more than inscriptions on broken urns and fragments of ritual texts, their voices caught in the stillness of parchment, and in that stillness, the mystery lingers, that before Rome, before empire, before papal Rome itself, another world stood here, its language half known, its rituals half remembered, its gods buried, yet never entirely gone. Chapter 6: The Sibylline Books and Roman Prophecy. There are moments in history when power listens to the whisper of prophecy. In ancient Rome, long before the church rose upon the same hills, the fate of empire was often weighed not only in legions and laws, but in words, fragile, enigmatic, and revered. These words came from the Sibyls, women believed to speak with the voice of the divine, uttering visions that crossed the threshold between mortal time and eternal destiny. Their utterances, gathered into scrolls known as the Sibylline Books, became the hidden conscience of Rome itself. According to legend, the first of these collections was offered to a king, Tarquinius Superbus, the last of Rome's monarchs, who reigned in the 6th century before the Common Era. An aged woman, the Sibyl of Cumae, appeared before him with 9 volumes. When he refused her price, she burned 3. When he refused again, she burned 3 more, until only 3 remained. Shaken, the king purchased them, recognizing too late the gravity of what he had nearly lost. Those surviving books, housed in the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, became Rome's sacred archive of prophecy. For centuries, they were consulted only in times of dire crisis, when plague struck, when wars threatened the city, when omens blazed in the heavens. The Senate sent priests to open the sealed chest and read aloud. What they found within often demanded ritual appeasement. New temples raised, foreign gods invited into the Roman pantheon, sacrifices offered to restore balance. Thus the Sibylline Books, though foreign in origin, became woven into the fabric of Roman religion, shaping decisions that altered the course of empire. And yet these books were never fixed. Fires destroyed them, wars scattered them, emperors rewrote them. In the 1st century before the Common Era, a blaze consumed the Capitoline Temple, and with it the ancient volumes. Augustus, in his zeal to restore Rome's traditions, gathered replacements from across the Mediterranean. He placed, them in gilded chests beneath the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, guarded by priests who answered only to the emperor. What once had belonged to kings and senate now became the secret council of the Caesars. What did these prophecies contain? We know only in fragments, in quotations preserved by later authors. They spoke of floods and fires, of celestial signs, and wars that spanned nations. They carried echoes of older traditions, perhaps Greek, perhaps even more ancient. Flood myths resembling those of Mesopotamia, cycles of destruction and renewal like those whispered in mystery religions. Some scholars suspect that they carried memories of forgotten cataclysms, woven into poetry and attributed to the Sibyl's breath. The Vatican Library, in its quiet vastness, preserves what remains of these voices. Among its manuscripts are Christian-era compilations known as the Sibylline Oracles, a patchwork of pagan prophecy, Jewish apocalyptic visions, and Christian reinterpretations. These texts are not the original Sibylline Books of Rome, but they are shadows of the same tradition. Written in Greek hexameters, they describe the rise and fall of kingdoms, the wrath of waters, the fires of judgment, and the promise of new ages. In them, we glimpse how prophecy was adopted, reshaped, and repurposed across centuries of empire and faith. The survival of these oracles is itself a mystery. Some church fathers denounced them as dangerous, too bound to pagan ritual. Others, however, saw in them foreshadowings of the Christian story, voices from antiquity that seem to point, however obliquely, toward one divine destiny. Thus they were neither fully embraced nor entirely forgotten. They drifted between condemnation and preservation, until at last copies found their way into monastic libraries and eventually into the guarded vaults of the Vatican. Here lies the question: were they preserved as curiosities of antiquity, as records of how Rome once sought guidance in the face of disaster, or were they kept because they contained echoes of something deeper, fragments of an ancient memory of floods and fires, of cycles that humanity has long tried to forget? To read them is to sense layers, myth interwoven with history, faith mingled with fear. The Roman emperors, who consulted them in secret, clearly believed in their power. When Hannibal's armies threatened from Carthage, when the Tiber overflowed its banks, when celestial signs disturbed the order of the sky, it was the Sibylline verses that shaped response. Temples to Apollo, to Cybele, even to foreign deities of the East were raised on Roman soil because the books demanded it. The empire itself became more cosmopolitan, more expansive under their influence. And yet, their words also carried unease, a reminder that human ambition was bound within, cycles of fate, subject to forces larger than legions. Later, Christian scribes copied and reshaped these oracles, infusing them with new meanings. Pagan predictions became Christian prophecies, their imagery adapted to speak of final judgment, of floods and fires transformed into eschatological symbols. The voice of the Sibyl, once uttered in shadowed caves, was now placed in the service of a different vision. Even Michelangelo, in his frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, painted Sibyls alongside prophets, acknowledging that the pagan and the sacred once shared the same language of vision. Yet within the Vatican archives, where parchment lies silent and ink holds the breath of centuries, the question remains unsettled. Did the Sibylline oracles preserve only myth? Or did they encode real memory, ancient awareness of disasters that had scarred humanity long before Rome? Was the flood they spoke of merely metaphor, or the echo of waters that once drowned whole? Landscapes at the end of the Ice Age? Were the fires of judgment only spiritual allegory, or distant remembrance of volcanic skies and collapsing worlds? The Vatican holds these questions in quiet custody. It preserves the manuscripts, but it does not unlock them. Their verses remain available, studied by scholars, yet their deeper resonance drifts beneath the surface. For prophecy is always double-edged. It reveals, but it also conceals. It guides, but it binds. The Sibylline tradition, both revered and suppressed, belongs to that ambiguous realm where history and myth intertwine. And so, the Sibylline Books live on not as intact volumes, but as fragments, quotations, reconstructions, and reinterpretations. They exist now more as an atmosphere than as a text, a reminder that Rome once turned to prophecy for its survival, that empires rise and fall within cycles beyond their control, and that memory of destruction never fully vanishes, only hides in poetry and scripture. In the silence of the Vatican Library, these fragments wait. They are no longer consulted by emperors, no longer sealed beneath temples, but they remain as testimony to a time when prophecy shaped power, and when voices from the depths of myth were treated as the compass of empire. Perhaps that is their true legacy, not the accuracy of their predictions, but the reminder that civilizations have always sensed the fragility of their order, that beneath marble and gold, beneath armies and laws, there is always the awareness of flood, of fire, of fate. And perhaps it is for this reason, more than any other, that they were preserved at all. For prophecy, even in fragments, binds us to the memory of what has been and the possibility of what may return. Chapter 7. The Council of Nicaea and Lost Gospels. The year was 325 of the Common Era. The Roman world stood at a threshold. For centuries, the empire had been divided between many gods and many mysteries, but now a single faith was rising from persecution into prominence. Christianity, once the religion of hidden gatherings in homes and catacombs, had found its champion in the Emperor Constantine. Yet with power came peril. The faith was not unified. Its teachings were diverse, its gospels numerous, its communities scattered across lands as wide as Syria, Egypt, Greece, and Rome itself. What then was the true teaching of Christ? Which stories of his life would endure and which would be silenced? These were not abstract questions. They carried consequences for power, for empire, and for salvation itself. And so Constantine called for a great council, the Council of Nicaea, held in the lakeside city of Bithynia, in what is now modern Turkey. Bishops came from across the empire. They brought with them the weight of their traditions, the scriptures they read, the hymns they sang, the visions they guarded. Some communities revered the Gospel of Matthew above all. Others cherished John's mystical visions. Some followed the Gospel of Thomas, a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus, stripped of narrative, radiant in its simplicity. Others honored texts like the Gospel of Mary, where a woman disciple speaks of inner revelation and wisdom entrusted beyond the circle of men. Still others read Gospels now lost entirely, fragments only hinted at in quotations by early church fathers. The council gathered under the emperor's protection, yet beneath his shadow. Debates unfolded not only about theology, whether Christ was of the same essence as the Father, or merely like him, but about the very shape of Scripture itself. Which voices were to be canonized, and which cast aside? What was truth, and what was heresy? From the vantage of history, the canon of the New Testament seems inevitable, 4 Gospels and no more. But in the early centuries, it was not so. The Gospel of Thomas offered a vision of a Christ who pointed inward, declaring that the kingdom of God was not in temples or in distant heavens, but within the human heart. The Gospel of Mary offered the image of a woman disciple entrusted with secret teaching. Her authority challenged not by the Christ she followed, but by male apostles unwilling to accept her role. The Gospel of Peter spoke of cosmic events, visions of a resurrected Christ striding above the earth. There were Gospels of the Hebrews, of the Egyptians, of Judas, each carrying its own fragment of the mystery. To include them all would have been to embrace a Christianity of many paths, many voices, many mysteries. To exclude them was to shape the inner faith of unity and of silence. The bishops, under Constantine's watchful presence, chose. They affirmed certain texts as canon, placing others beyond the pale. Heresy became not merely a difference of opinion, but a danger to the empire's new foundation. Scrolls that once circulated in Egypt, Syria, and beyond were gathered, condemned, and in many cases, destroyed. Others were hidden away by communities unwilling to relinquish their treasures. Centuries later, in the sands of Egypt, caches of these forgotten Gospels would emerge. The most famous among them, discovered in 1945 near Nag Hammadi, included the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Truth, and more, papyrus codices buried in clay jars, perhaps by monks who feared the sweep of orthodoxy. Their survival was accidental, fragile, and yet it reopened questions that had long been buried. Within the Vatican Library, manuscripts related to these early centuries lie preserved. Not all are Gospels, many are letters, proceedings of councils, theological debates copied by scribes. They tell of the tensions that split communities, the accusations of heresy, the definitions of orthodoxy. But among them are also echoes of those excluded voices, fragments cited in order to refute them, lines preserved only because they were attacked. What emerges from this archive is not merely a story of faith, but of power. To declare one gospel, authoritative and another heretical, was not only a theological act, it was an act of empire, aligning the diversity of early Christianity into a single current. In doing so, truths were both preserved and suppressed. Consider the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus is quoted as saying, "Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift the stone, and you will find me." These words speak of a divine presence woven into the fabric of the world, a vision more mystical than institutional. Or the Gospel of Mary, where she describes a revelation received from the risen Christ, teaching that salvation lay not in obedience to outer authority, but in overcoming inner struggle. Such teachings, if given equal weight to the canonical Gospels, might have led Christianity along a very different path. One less hierarchical, more inward, perhaps even more dangerous to imperial order. Was this, then, why they were set aside? Were they judged unfit because they were false, or because they were too liberating, too difficult to control? We cannot know fully. What we do know is that the Council of Nicaea marked a turning point. The faith of fishermen and mystics, of women, and men who met in secret rooms and desert caves became the faith of empire. And with that transformation, the voice of certain Gospels faded into silence. Yet silence is never absolute. Fragments endured, buried in the ground, hidden in monasteries, whispered in the writings of those condemned as heretics. And today, within the Vatican itself, the records of those early struggles remain. The library does not trumpet them, but neither has it erased them. Scholars who enter its halls may read the accounts of Nicaea, may see the lines where one gospel was upheld and another condemned. The memory of choice, of suppression, of divergence, lingers in the ink and parchment. To stand within those archives is to feel the weight of decision, to sense that what we know as Christianity is only one path among many possible, one version among several voices that once vied for truth. And to recognize that, in the end, power shapes Scripture as much as spirit. The lost Gospels do not return, to us whole. They come in fragments, in rediscovered codices, in lines quoted to disprove them. Yet even in this shattered state, they whisper. They remind us that truth was once contested, that revelation was plural, that the message of Jesus was interpreted in many ways. Perhaps this is why they continue to fascinate. They point to an origin not of clarity, but of complexity, an origin in which faith was alive, fluid, searching. An origin where memory and myth, power and prophecy all mingled together beneath the gaze of empire. And so, within the Vatican Library, the story of the Council of Nicaea does not rest in triumph alone, but in tension. It is the story of unity achieved, but also of silence imposed. A story in which words were chosen and others erased, not forever, but long enough that their rediscovery feels like revelation. The Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, of those unnamed and lost. They may not have shaped the canon, but they remain part of the memory of faith. preserved in fragments, waiting in archives, waiting in the sands, waiting in the silence of history. And as with so many chapters of the past, their survival is not merely an accident, it is a reminder that nothing is ever fully forgotten. That memory, like water, finds ways to seep through stone, carrying with it the voices of those once silenced. Chapter 8. The Dead Sea, Scrolls, and Nag. Hammadi texts. The deserts of the Near East have always been keepers of secrets. Beneath their barren silence, in caves and tombs long sealed by dust and time, lie fragments of voices that once spoke of heaven and earth, of angels and demons, of hidden wisdom and cosmic battles. Two discoveries in particular stand as monuments to this truth: the Dead Sea Scrolls of Qumran and the Nag Hammadi texts buried in Egypt. Both emerged in the 20th century. Both carried the potential to reshape our understanding of ancient faith, and both, in their own way, found their path crossing with the Vatican's vast repositories of knowledge. It was 1947 when Bedouin shepherds searching for a lost goat stumbled upon a cave near the shores of the Dead Sea. Inside lay clay jars, sealed and undisturbed for almost 2 millennia. Within them, brittle scrolls of parchment and papyrus inscribed in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. As scholars began to study these manuscripts, it became clear that this was no ordinary find. Here were the oldest surviving copies of biblical texts, dating back to the last centuries before Christ. Alongside them were writings that spoke of a sect living in the desert, awaiting a final war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. Rules of community, apocalyptic visions, hymns, commentaries on scripture. Together they painted a portrait of a world where Judaism was far from unified, where sects and prophets contested the meaning of covenant and salvation. The Dead Sea Scrolls raised questions too vast to ignore. If these texts were contemporaneous with the time of Jesus, what did they reveal about the world in which Christianity was born? Did the fiery language of the Gospels echo the apocalyptic tone of Qumran? Were the early Christians inheritors of this same expectation of cosmic battle? And what did it mean that certain biblical books appeared in versions slightly different from those that later became canon? For years, access to the scrolls was tightly controlled. A small group of scholars, many tied to religious institutions, held exclusive rights to their study and publication. Rumors grew that the Vatican itself had influenced this secrecy, preferring that destabilizing parallels between Qumran and Christianity remain buried. Officially, the Vatican denied such control, but for decades, the scrolls trickled into the public eye only in fragments, fueling suspicion that some truths were being withheld. In 1991, photographs of the scrolls stored in a research library were leaked, breaking the monopoly and opening the texts to wider study. What emerged was not a revelation that overthrew Christianity, but a reminder that its roots were entwined with the diverse currents of Second Temple Judaism, a faith already alive with visions of messiahs, angelic wars, and divine mysteries. And yet the suspicion remains. Was the slow release of the Dead Sea Scrolls a matter of scholarly caution or of deliberate containment? Did certain passages speak too boldly of divine mysteries, of teachings that might unsettle carefully guarded doctrines? These questions, lingering in the shadow of the Vatican's library, continue to haunt the story. If the Dead Sea Scrolls represent the Judaism of the desert, the Nag Hammadi texts of Egypt reveal a very different current, the hidden streams of early Christianity and its surrounding philosophies. In 1945, near the Nile River in Upper Egypt, a farmer unearthed a clay jar buried beneath the soil. Inside were codices of papyrus, written in Coptic, carefully bound and hidden. These were the texts we now call the Nag Hammadi Library. Among them lay the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Truth, and a host of mystical writings tied to Gnostic traditions. The voice of these texts was unlike that of the canonical Gospels. Here, Jesus speaks not of repentance and kingdom in familiar terms, but of knowledge, gnosis, as the key to salvation. The Gospel of Thomas presents sayings of Christ without narrative, some familiar, others strange, all carrying the tone of riddles meant to awaken the inner spirit. The kingdom of God is within you, and it is outside of you, it declares. When you come to know yourselves, then you will be known. Other writings speak of cosmic hierarchies, of archons and powers who govern the material world, of a divine spark trapped within the human soul. They tell of a creation not as a perfect act of God, but as a flawed imitation brought forth by lesser beings, with salvation found in awakening to the higher truth. These ideas stand in tension with Orthodox Christianity. They suggest that authority lies not in the church, not in the hierarchy of bishops and priests, but in the awakening of the individual spirit. The discovery of the Nag Hammadi texts threatened to unsettle the history of Christianity, showing that in its earliest centuries, faith was not uniform, but a contest of voices. And once again, the Vatican was drawn into the debate. While the codices themselves were housed in Egypt, scholars across the world, including those connected to the Vatican, played a role in their study. Critics charged that translation and publication moved at a glacial pace, mirroring the delays seen with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Was this caution or a subtle hand of control? Some asked whether the Vatican preferred these alternative Gospels to remain obscure, their challenge to orthodoxy muted. To this day, suspicion lingers. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi texts are fully accessible now, translated into many languages, available to scholars and lay readers alike. Yet the early decades of restriction left a mark. They raised the enduring question of whether certain truths are still considered too dangerous, too destabilizing to the story told in churches and cathedrals across the world. What we see in these discoveries is not a threat, but a widening of the horizon. The Dead Sea Scrolls show us a Judaism alive with fervor, awaiting divine intervention. The Nag Hammadi texts reveal a Christianity more mystical, more diverse, than the one later enshrined in councils and creeds. Together they remind us that faith was never simple, never monolithic. It was a tapestry of voices, each seeking to speak the ineffable. And yet, there is another layer. The presence of these texts in discussions tied to the Vatican, the suspicions of suppression and delay, hint at a deeper struggle. It is the struggle between archaeology and authority, between the past as it was and the past as it is remembered. Knowledge is power. To control access to manuscripts, to decide what may be read and what must remain hidden, is to shape the story of humanity itself. The caves of Qumran, the sands of Nag Hammadi, the vaults of the Vatican, each is a chamber where memory lies in wait. Each holds the possibility of revelation, but also of concealment. The scrolls and codices remind us that history is never a fixed tale. It is always shifting, always contested, always fragile. And so, in the stillness of these texts, we hear both what was preserved and what was silenced. Voices of desert prophets crying out against corruption. Voices of mystics speaking of divine, sparks within. Voices that once threatened empire and orthodoxy alike. Their survival is a mystery in itself, and their preservation, whether delayed or guarded, ensures that they remain part of the sacred puzzle. As we move deeper into the Vatican's labyrinth of knowledge, these discoveries stand as warnings and invitations. Warnings that truth can be silenced for centuries. Invitations to listen again, more carefully, to the echoes of the past. For in the end, the scrolls of Qumran and the codices of Nag Hammadi are not merely relics. They are thresholds. They open doorways into forgotten worlds of faith, into visions of creation and salvation that once burned brightly and then were buried. Worlds that remind us that memory itself can be hidden, and yet in time will always find its way back into the light. Chapter 9. Mesopotamian tablets and the flood story in the dim glow of oil lamps within the Vatican's library. There are shelves that hold not parchment nor papyrus, but impressions pressed into clay. Small tablets, hardened by fire and time, bearing the wedge-shaped script of the world's first cities. These are not the words of apostles, nor of prophets known to the West, but of kings and priests from the land between rivers, Mesopotamia, cradle of civilization. Here, humanity's earliest attempts at permanence were carved into clay. Lists of offerings, contracts of trade, hymns to gods, chronicles of rulers. Yet among these fragments of daily life rests something greater, the oldest recorded tales of humanity's beginnings and its destruction. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the Atrahasis, the flood narratives of Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon. Stories etched more than 1,000 years before Genesis would take shape in Hebrew script, yet speaking with uncanny resonance of a flood that covered the world. The Epic of Gilgamesh, discovered in fragments across Nineveh, Sippar, and other ruined cities, tells of a king who sought immortality. His journey takes him beyond the known world, to the waters of death, where he finds Utnapishtim, the Mesopotamian survivor of the Great Deluge. Utnapishtim speaks of how the gods resolved to cleanse the earth, how one god, Ea, warned him in secret, instructing him to build a vast vessel, to gather seed and living creatures, to ride out the storm that would drown kings and commoners alike. When the waters receded, Utnapishtim released birds to search for dry land. At last, the vessel came to rest upon a mountain, and he offered sacrifice to the gods. The parallels to Noah are unmistakable. The divine warning, the ark, the flood, the release of birds, the resting on a mountain, the covenant after survival. Yet the Mesopotamian version is older by centuries, perhaps even millennia. Archaeologists unearthed these tablets in the 19th century, brought them to Europe, and with them, unsettling questions. How could a story so central to the Bible exist in older form among the polytheistic myths of Mesopotamia? Did Genesis echo these earlier tales, reshaping them within the frame of Israel's covenant with one God? Or did both preserve a memory, older still, an event so catastrophic that it etched itself into humanity's deepest memory? Within the Vatican's collection, scholars pored over translations, comparing the Akkadian and Sumerian flood accounts with the Hebrew scriptures. Some suspected that publishing these findings too freely might destabilize faith, suggesting that the Bible's authority was derivative of pagan myths. Others, however, whispered of a deeper interpretation, that the older tales did not negate the biblical flood, but rather confirmed its truth, that the survival of the story across cultures pointed to a shared origin, a real catastrophe remembered in many tongues. The Church, cautious in its centuries of guardianship, walked carefully along this edge. On the one hand, the cuneiform tablets demonstrated that humanity's earliest religious imagination was not empty fantasy, but a living struggle with questions of mortality, divine justice, and cosmic order. On the other, they threatened to blur the line between revelation and myth, raising the possibility that the sacred texts of Israel were not entirely unique, but woven from a larger tapestry of Near Eastern tradition. Consider Atrahasis, another Mesopotamian flood narrative, older even than Gilgamesh's retelling. In this version, the gods are troubled by humanity's noise and rebellion. They send plagues, then famine, then the great flood to diminish mankind. But again, one man is warned. He builds a vessel, survives, and finds favor. Here too, the divine wrath and human salvation mirror motifs carried later into biblical scripture. But the theology differs. Where Mesopotamian deities act out of caprice or annoyance, the Hebrew God acts out of sorrow, cleansing the earth not merely to silence humanity, but to renew it. Within these differences lies a profound question. Did the authors of Genesis deliberately reshape the older flood story, imbuing it with new moral and spiritual meaning? Or does the similarity point to a universal memory of an ancient cataclysm, refracted differently through each culture? The Vatican, in its quiet halls, holds these tablets alongside Bibles, concordances, and patristic writings, Scholars trace the parallel lines, knowing that too much emphasis on derivation could fracture fragile faith, while too little could ignore a vital truth about the deep roots of human storytelling. Beyond the theological debate lies an archaeological mystery. Were these flood stories merely symbolic, allegories of human fragility, or did they preserve in mythic form the memory of real events? Geological studies have revealed evidence of massive floods in the ancient Near East, the breaching of rivers, the rise of the Persian Gulf, catastrophic inundations along the Tigris and Euphrates. Some have suggested that the Black Sea, once a freshwater lake, was suddenly overwhelmed by seawater from the Mediterranean around 7,500 years ago, flooding villages and farmland, leaving a memory that could have echoed down generations. If such an event occurred, might it explain the persistence of flood stories across civilizations, in Mesopotamia, in India, in Mesoamerica, even in the oral traditions of native peoples across the world? Could it be that long before writing, humanity experienced a cataclysm so great it became embedded in cultural memory, retold in differing tongues, later woven into the scriptures of nations? The Vatican, by collecting and studying these Mesopotamian tablets, placed itself at the crossroads of this mystery. To preserve the texts was to acknowledge their importance. To guard them closely was perhaps to shield the faithful from unsettling comparisons. And yet, by their very survival, these tablets continue to whisper their ancient story, a story older than kings and councils, older than Rome, older even than Jerusalem itself. The Epic of Gilgamesh does not end with the flood. It continues with a king who fails to gain immortality, who learns instead that all men must die, that only the walls of his city and the stories told about him may endure. It is a meditation on mortality, a theme that threads itself through every human age. Genesis, too, in its own way, is a meditation on mortality and renewal. Noah surviving the flood, humanity beginning anew, yet still destined for impermanence. In the silence of the Vatican Library, clay tablets from ruined palaces rest beside, sacred codices of Christendom. Their proximity speaks of a continuity that cannot be ignored. The flood is more than myth. It is a symbol, a memory, a bridge between cultures. Whether it was a geological cataclysm or a divine act, it shaped humanity's imagination in ways we still cannot fully grasp. Perhaps the Church feared these parallels would undermine the uniqueness of Scripture, or perhaps it held them quietly, as confirmation, as testimony that God's voice had been heard by many peoples, in many forms, before being inscribed into the Bible. In either case, the flood story remains a threshold, a place where archaeology, myth and theology converge. And so, as we turn the fragile clay tablets over in our hands, we hear echoes of rain upon wooden decks, of waters rising beyond hills, of survivors waiting for a dove to return. Echoes that come not only from the Bible, but from the deserts of Mesopotamia, from the libraries of kings, from the first attempts at writing itself. The flood, it seems, is not just a story. It is humanity's oldest memory of loss, survival, and renewal, carried in clay, in scripture, and in the silent vaults of the Vatican, waiting for those who choose to listen. Chapter 10. Egyptian Ritual. Texts and the Book of the Dead long before the walls of Rome rose to grandeur, before the first stone of St. Peter's Basilica was laid upon Vatican Hill. The Nile flowed with a rhythm that measured the lives of millions. Along its banks, scribes and priests committed to clay, papyrus and stone the rites, prayers and wisdom that would guide the dead through the perilous journey into the afterlife. Among these texts, the so-called Book of the Dead stands as the most enduring, a compendium of spells, hymns, and instructions designed to navigate the soul past demons, traps, and divine judgment. Within the Vatican's library, fragments of these funerary works rest alongside codices, translations, and commentaries, silently bridging millennia of religious thought. The Book of the Dead is not a single text, but a collection compiled over centuries, evolving from the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom and the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom. These texts provide a detailed map of the journey after death, from the moment of passing through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, to the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at, the principle of truth and balance. Should the heart fail the test, it is devoured, leaving the soul unmade. Should it pass, the deceased is granted eternal life among the gods. The parallels to Christian judgment, resurrection, and heaven are striking, though centuries apart. Within the Vatican Library, these papyri have been preserved, catalogued, and in some cases translated by scholars seeking to understand both Egypt and its enduring influence on Western religious thought. Why did the Church take such care in safeguarding these texts? One explanation lies in their content. By revealing a sophisticated and ancient theology of the afterlife, they could suggest that Christianity's concepts of heaven, hell, and divine judgment were not wholly unique. To preserve these manuscripts was both an act of study and perhaps subtle containment, ensuring that ancient truths did not overshadow canonical doctrine. Egyptian ritual texts are meticulous in their detail. They describe magical rites to animate statues, prayers to awaken deities, instructions for offerings, and the complex cosmology of sun, moon, and stars. Among these, the Book of the Dead outlines dozens of spells to ensure safe passage, from the spell for not letting the heart of the deceased condemn him to the spell for knowing the names of the gods. Names, it seems, carried power. To know a god's true name was to negotiate one's destiny. Christianity, in its sacramental traditions, echoes this emphasis. Baptismal names, the invocation of saints, the careful articulation of prayers. One wonders, did these parallels emerge by accident or through conscious adaptation over centuries of cultural transmission? The papyri held in the Vatican Library reveal more than ritual mechanics. They reveal a worldview. In Egypt, life and death were inseparable, an eternal cycle mirrored in the inundation of the Nile, the sowing of crops, and the movement of celestial bodies. Death was not feared but navigated, a journey to be mastered with knowledge and devotion. Here lies a subtle resonance with early Christian eschatology, where salvation, judgment, and resurrection form the arc of human existence. Could it be that these ideas, so carefully recorded in Egypt, filtered through Greek and Roman intermediaries, eventually influencing Christian rites, sacraments, and doctrine? The possibility lingers, unanswered, in the quiet corridors of the Vatican. Among the Vatican's holdings are papyri that show variations of spells, some with unique commentaries, others heavily annotated by medieval scholars. Certain texts reflect Greek philosophical influence, linking the Egyptian cosmos with Platonic ideals. The soul is portrayed as a dual entity, the ka, or life force, and the ba, the personality or consciousness, both requiring preservation to ensure eternal continuation. Here, one might detect echoes of Christian notions of body and soul, spirit and resurrection, distinctions that would only become formalized centuries later, yet seem to trace their conceptual ancestry to these ancient manuscripts. The Book of the Dead also demonstrates the ritualization of knowledge. To reach the afterlife safely, one must recite specific words, perform precise gestures, and understand the sequence of trials. Misstep, and the soul risks annihilation. The meticulous care in these texts emphasizes the authority of knowledge, its possession, its correct use, its transmission. This emphasis resonates in the Vatican's own custodianship of manuscripts, where access is carefully regulated, interpretation controlled, and the preservation of texts intertwined with institutional authority. In this light, the safeguarding of Egyptian ritual texts becomes not only a scholarly act, but a continuation of an ancient paradigm, knowledge as power, survival, and transcendence. The question of influence arises repeatedly. Were Christian resurrection rituals, the sacraments, and the moral framework of judgment informed directly or indirectly by Egyptian precedents? Early Christian writers, traveling and studying throughout the Mediterranean, would have encountered Egyptian thought, Greek interpretations of Egyptian theology, and Jewish mysticism. The layering of these influences forms a complex web, difficult to untangle, yet too suggestive to ignore. The Vatican's careful preservation of these papyri may reflect both reverence and a subtle awareness of their disruptive potential. The possibility that acknowledging them too openly could challenge traditional narratives of originality. Beyond theology, the papyri reveal a culture steeped in mathematics, astronomy, and practical magic. The Egyptian understanding of time, celestial movement, and ritual geometry informs the design of temples, tombs, and sacred spaces. Spells often reference specific alignments with stars, the sun's path, or the lunar cycle. Such precise knowledge is not mere superstition, it is the codification of an ancient empirical observation, fused with cosmological and religious significance. In a sense, the Vatican's custody of these texts places it at the junction of science, spirituality, and the preservation of wisdom across epochs. The physicality of the papyri themselves adds to the reverence. Delicate fibers of papyrus, faded inks, and carefully drawn hieroglyphs testify to hands that labored over generations. The act of writing, of committing sacred knowledge to enduring material, mirrors the Church's own archival practices. It is a continuity across cultures. The impulse to capture, to protect, and to transmit that which is deemed vital to the survival of the soul, whether human or divine. And yet, there is a tension. The Egyptian texts present a polytheistic, ritualized worldview that does not align with Christian monotheism. Their gods are numerous, often capricious, their morality complex and situational. Christianity would later codify singular authority, linear salvation, and moral absolutes. In preserving these papyri, the Church preserves a mirror, reflecting a world that might have been, a theology both resonant and divergent. It is a history that invites reflection, questioning, and the subtle recognition that sacred traditions rarely emerge in isolation. Thus, the Egyptian ritual texts within the Vatican Library are more than relics. They are conduits to a distant past, tracing lines of thought that flow into later religious structures. They remind us that concepts of judgment, resurrection, and the afterlife have ancient roots, that the human mind has long sought to navigate mortality, and that the accumulation of knowledge, whether inscribed on papyrus or codified in canon, has always been intertwined with power. The Church's guardianship of these texts, deliberate and careful, ensures that these echoes endure, allowing modern scholars to witness the profound continuity of spiritual inquiry across civilizations. In the stillness of the library, one may almost hear the whispered prayers of Egyptian priests, the careful recitation of spells intended to guide the deceased through shadows and peril, the invocation of deities whose names carry unseen weight. There is an intimacy in these texts, a sense of a human soul striving to master the mysteries of death, just as generations of church scholars have sought to master the mysteries of faith. Between the papyri and the codices, the continuity of devotion, knowledge, and the search for eternal meaning becomes almost tangible. As we close the chapter of Egyptian ritual texts, we are left with questions rather than answers. How much did these ancient beliefs influence the rituals and doctrines of later religions? How deliberate was the Church in controlling access to this knowledge, and why? What fragments of understanding have been preserved, and what has been quietly lost? The answers remain hidden, yet the texts themselves endure, silently asserting the resilience of human inquiry, the depth of spiritual imagination, and the enduring desire to bridge the chasm between life and what lies beyond. In the presence of these manuscripts, one cannot help but sense a continuum, a thread connecting the Nile to the Tiber, the scribes of Thebes to the custodians of the Vatican, the rituals of the dead to the liturgies of the living. It is a continuum that challenges the assumption of singular origin, that urges reverence for what has been passed down, and that reminds us that knowledge, sacred or secular, carries weight far beyond the moment of its inscription. Chapter 11. The Greek magical papyri, beneath the quiet, echoing vaults of the Vatican, amidst the meticulously catalogued scrolls and codices, lie fragments of a very different tradition. These are the Greek magical papyri, a collection of spells, incantations, and rituals that date from the 2nd century BCE through the 5th century CE. Unlike the structured theologies of the Bible or the measured rites of Egypt, these texts pulse with raw, immediate intent. Instructions to summon gods, compel spirits, manipulate fortune, or even prolong life beyond its natural span. Here is a record of human desire, fear, and ambition distilled into precise formulae, written in a hand that understood the potency of language itself. The Greek magical papyri, or PGM as scholars refer to them, are not stories or mythic chronicles. They are functional documents designed to do something. Each line is a carefully considered combination of words, symbols, gestures, and timing. Some spells call upon chthonic deities of the underworld. Others invoke celestial forces, angels, or even the spirits of the dead. There are instructions for influencing love, wealth, protection, and revenge, alongside rituals meant to ensure safety in dangerous journeys or success in contested endeavors. Within the Vatican's archives, these papyri rest as both historical artifacts and potential instruments of hidden knowledge. Scholars have long debated why the Church preserved these texts at all. On one hand, they are invaluable for understanding the religious and cultural milieu of Greco-Roman antiquity. They reveal a world in which magic, ritual, and theology overlapped, where belief was an active practice and words were power. On the other hand, the spells themselves could be considered dangerous. Instructions to manipulate divine forces, to alter the fates of others, or to bypass mortality. One wonders whether the Vatican's custodians recognized this, and if so, whether careful secrecy was as much a matter of prudence as of scholarly curiosity. The papyri themselves vary in form. Some are small sheets, densely inscribed, with diagrams of circles, stars, and geometric shapes accompanying the text. Others are fragments of scrolls, faded by centuries, their edges burnt or worm-eaten, yet the words remain, precise, deliberate, unyielding to time. Many include explicit instructions: when to recite a spell, in which language, Greek, Demotic Egyptian, or a mixture of dialects, and what accompanying actions must be performed. Eye movements, gestures of the hand, offerings of herbs or oils, and even the timing of the moon or planetary alignment all play a role. In this, the texts reveal an understanding of natural rhythm, celestial cycles, and human psychology that is as sophisticated as it is mysterious. Among the most provocative elements are the invocations of immortality. Several papyri outline rituals intended to preserve life or prevent decay after death. These are not metaphorical, they are detailed, practical instructions. Ingredients, spoken formulas, and precise ritual acts are described with exacting care. Modern scholars approach these with caution, unsure whether to interpret them as literal guides, symbolic allegory, or both. But in their context, these instructions reflect a human longing that transcends culture, a desire to reach beyond the limits imposed by nature, to exert mastery over existence itself. The PGM also illustrates the interplay between Greek, Egyptian, and Jewish influences in late antiquity. Names of Egyptian gods and syncretic deities appear alongside Greek mythological figures. Certain spells incorporate Hebrew or Aramaic phrases, drawn perhaps from early mystical traditions. The mixture suggests that practitioners moved fluidly across cultural boundaries, absorbing and synthesizing beliefs, techniques, and divine hierarchies. In the Vatican's careful preservation of these texts, one sees a recognition of their significance, not merely as curiosities, but as windows into a world where knowledge was potent, dangerous, and often subversive. There are rituals for summoning protective spirits to guide travelers safely through perilous terrain or guard households against malevolent forces. Others are more aggressive, intended to compel love or punish adversaries. Some even describe journeys of the soul. techniques for communicating with entities beyond the human realm, or methods of divination to peer into the hidden future. In all cases, the texts demand precise adherence. A misstep could render a ritual ineffective, or worse, invite harm. This exacting nature, combined with the potential for unintended consequences, may explain why the Church both preserved and restricted access to them. The Greek magical papyri are not purely secular, they operate in a religious framework, one in which the practitioner recognizes a hierarchy of powers and knows that transgression carries consequences. The rituals require both knowledge and discipline, implying that magic was seen as a profession, a form of spiritual and practical expertise. For the Vatican, which historically sought to control both religious practice and theological interpretation, these texts represent a paradox, evidence of human ingenuity and devotion, yet outside the sanctioned authority of the Church. Consider a ritual intended to invoke a deity to bind an adversary's will. The papyrus instructs the practitioner to draw a circle, inscribe divine names, burn specific substances, and recite incantations in the correct sequence. The result, according to the text, is immediate influence over another person's mind, or fate. From a modern perspective, one might interpret this as superstition, yet from the standpoint of the practitioners, it was a form of applied knowledge, a technique passed through generations. The Vatican's role in preserving such texts ensures that these cultural practices were not lost, yet their secrecy raises questions about the Church's perception of power and its guardianship of knowledge. The texts also reveal philosophical undercurrents. Many spells articulate a worldview in which the universe is a network of correspondences. Words, symbols, and gestures are linked to spiritual and material effects. This reflects a metaphysical understanding not entirely alien to later Hermetic thought, Kabbalistic traditions, and even the scholastic efforts of medieval theologians. The act of invoking a deity, binding a spirit, or directing fortune is part of a larger schema of cosmic order, one in which humans could participate, cautiously, reverently, and with knowledge of consequence. The presence of these texts in the Vatican invites reflection on the boundaries between religion, magic, and authority. Why collect them? Why preserve them so carefully? Perhaps it was a recognition that knowledge in any form carries power. Perhaps it was to protect society from practices deemed dangerous. Or perhaps quietly, it was to study techniques that might illuminate human interaction with the divine, the mystical, and the hidden forces that shape existence. Whatever the reason, the Greek magical papyri stand as a testament to an ancient understanding of language, ritual, and the subtle mechanics of the world. Knowledge both revered and feared. Even the mundane aspects of the papyri are illuminating. Recipes for incense, specific gestures, numerical formulas, and the timing of actions reveal a meticulous worldview. Magic in these texts is a science, empirical, tested, and codified. The Vatican's preservation of these documents acknowledges their intellectual weight. To ignore them would be to erase a critical chapter in humanity's attempt to understand and influence the unseen. And so, the Greek magical papyri endure, silently, in the vaults of the Vatican Library. They remind us that the pursuit of power, protection, and immortality is ancient, and that across time, human beings have sought methods to touch the divine, manipulate unseen forces, and navigate the uncertain interplay of fate and free will. Their secrecy hints at attention. The Church's guardianship, both protective and controlling, ensures their survival, yet keeps much of their potency shrouded from public view. In the careful handling of these texts, one can almost sense the whispers of ancient practitioners, long dead, yet their words still potent. The rituals, spells, and invocations invite us to consider the continuity of human curiosity, the fear of mortality, and the perennial desire to command the forces beyond comprehension. Within these papyri is a convergence of anthropology, theology, and esoteric practice, a body of knowledge that challenges assumptions and demands respect. As the chapter closes, the Greek magical papyri remain enigmatic. simultaneously historical artifact and repository of hidden power. They are a testament to the creativity, audacity, and spiritual striving of those who lived centuries before, and to the Vatican's role as both custodian and mediator of knowledge. They stand as a reminder that, even within the most structured, religious institutions, the echoes of ancient magic persist, waiting for those who would study, understand, and perhaps even remember what was nearly lost to time. Chapter 12: The Mayan Codices and New World Knowledge. Long before the arrival of Europeans on the shores of the Americas, the Maya civilization had developed a sophisticated culture, one of the most remarkable in human history. Their cities rose in the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, built with towering pyramids, intricately carved stelae, and palaces aligned with the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. Yet it was not only in stone that they recorded their understanding. They wrote upon bark paper, folded into screen folds, the codices that held the sum of their knowledge. Astronomical tables, ritual calendars, prophecies, and cosmologies that charted the cycles of time itself. These codices, delicate and deeply encoded, were considered sacred. Their survival was rare, for Spanish missionaries, perceiving them as instruments of pagan heresy, burned the majority, destroying centuries of intellectual heritage. The codices that survived often traveled to European centers of power, eventually reaching the Vatican, where they were preserved under strict oversight. Among the most famous are the Dresden, Madrid, and Paris codices, each revealing an advanced grasp of mathematics and celestial cycles. The Maya tracked Venus with astonishing precision, calculated eclipses centuries in advance, and understood the intricate interplay of lunar and solar movements within their calendrical system. Their cyclical understanding of time was tied to prophecy, sequences of events that repeated, patterns that governed both human affairs and the cosmos. Within these codices lies evidence of a culture deeply aware of its place in a vast, recurring order. The Vatican's custody of these texts raises immediate questions. Why were they guarded so closely after their arrival in Europe? Some scholars suggest it was scholarly interest. These were unique records of a civilization entirely unknown to the Old World. Yet others propose a subtler, more deliberate motive. The knowledge contained in these codices, particularly the prophecies of cycles, cataclysms, and human destiny, resonated uneasily with European apocalyptic traditions. Did the custodians perceive a convergence between Mayan cyclical time and biblical eschatology, a parallel that might inspire curiosity or fear if revealed too broadly? In safeguarding these codices, the Vatican preserved not only a record of Mayan civilization, but also a quiet alignment of New World and Old World cosmology. The content of the codices is remarkable for its precision. Ritual almanacs detail ceremonies for every day of the Maya calendar, each tied to a particular deity, astrological alignment, or natural phenomenon. The Maya tracked the movement of Venus as both a morning and evening star, associating its appearances with wars, the rise of leaders, and omens of societal change. Lunar and solar cycles are recorded with numerical exactitude, revealing a civilization capable of mathematical abstraction beyond what many in Europe at the time could conceive. It is no exaggeration to suggest that the Maya codices represent a scientific and spiritual archive simultaneously, one in which knowledge of the heavens guides human conduct and prophecy intertwines with astronomy. The codices also offer glimpses into the Maya understanding of history and cyclical time. They depict not a linear progression, but a series of repeating epochs, each with its own creation, flourishing, decline, and renewal. Catastrophe and renewal are woven together, not as punishment, but as natural rhythm. In the Dresden Codex, for example, cycles of Venus are aligned with sequences of floods, famines, and societal upheavals. To the Maya, knowledge of these cycles was essential for survival, and perhaps, in an unspoken way, they anticipated the very fears that European scholars and clerics later projected onto apocalyptic visions. The manuscript's journey from the Americas to European hands was perilous. The Spanish conquest destroyed libraries, temples, and sacred spaces, but some codices survived through hidden transmission, often concealed by indigenous intermediaries, transported secretly to Europe, or taken as trophies of colonial authority. By the time they reached the Vatican, these codices had already survived centuries of intentional erasure, making their preservation all the more remarkable. Within the library, their delicate pages were treated with reverence and caution. Scholars and curators studied them, but access remained tightly restricted. Even the knowledge of their contents was considered sensitive, as if the power encoded within the texts could destabilize conventional narratives of history, religion, and prophecy. The Thuaized codices revealed that the Maya conceptualized the cosmos as an interwoven system of forces. Gods of sun, moon, maize, death, and war influenced both the natural and human worlds. The codices instructed rulers and priests in ceremonial timing, divination, and cosmic governance. Each glyph, numeric notation, and pictorial representation functioned as both instruction and record, a tool for aligning human action with the forces of the universe. In this sense, the codices are not mere artifacts, they are manuals of practical and spiritual authority, demonstrating the sophistication of a civilization often mischaracterized as primitive by European observers. One striking feature is the depiction of cyclical cataclysms. Some codices record recurring destruction, floods, and celestial disturbances, phenomena that echo, in a startling parallel, the flood myths of Mesopotamia and the apocalyptic visions preserved in other Vatican texts. Could these coincidences have influenced the Church's decision to maintain secrecy? The possibility that disparate civilizations, separated by oceans and continents, perceived recurring cosmic events in similar terms is both tantalizing and unsettling. It suggests that the Vatican's guardianship was not merely preservation, but containment, the careful management of knowledge that could challenge existing theological frameworks or reveal hidden continuities across human history. Beyond astronomy and prophecy, the codices contain ritual instructions, divinatory charts, and offerings to deities. The priests, scribes, and rulers who created them were not merely recording observation, they were actively shaping reality, seeking to align human action with cosmic order. Their writings offer a window into a civilization where science, ritual, and governance were inseparable. The Vatican's interest, therefore, could be seen as both scholarly and strategic, safeguarding insights into human knowledge and control over time, while simultaneously controlling access to potentially destabilizing revelations. It is worth noting the subtle intellectual resonance these texts carry. European scholars who studied the codices encountered knowledge that predated, and in some ways rivaled, their own scientific and calendrical systems. The precision of Mayan calculations, the sophistication of their numeration, and the integration of astronomical observation into ritual practice challenged conventional, Eurocentric narratives of intellectual primacy. The Vatican, as a repository of authority and knowledge, may have recognized the implications that these New World manuscripts were more than curiosities. They were evidence of advanced understanding, parallel traditions, and lost wisdom. In the quiet corridors of the library, the codices rest folded and carefully catalogued. Their pages, though fragile, resonate with knowledge that predates conquest and civilization disruption. They bear witness to a worldview in which time is a circle, stars dictate human affairs, and knowledge of cosmic cycles is inseparable from spiritual guidance. For centuries, these texts have been shielded from public scrutiny, a testament to both the endurance of Mayan wisdom and the cautious guardianship of the Vatican. As we consider the codices today, we must ask, what did the custodians of the Vatican see in these pages? Did they recognize an echo of their own eschatological concerns, a reflection of cycles, prophecies, and cosmic judgment? Or were the codices preserved simply as exotic artifacts, evidence of a distant civilization that Europe had only begun to understand? The answer may lie somewhere between reverence and apprehension, a recognition of knowledge too potent to release freely, yet too precious to destroy. The Mayan codices remind us that human knowledge has always been fragile, subject to erasure by conquest, ideology, and neglect. Yet they also testify to resilience, the ability of ideas to survive across continents, oceans, and centuries. Within the Vatican, these manuscripts occupy a liminal space, at once historical record, spiritual, guide, and controlled secret. They bridge worlds, offering insight into the universe as perceived by the Maya and the ways in which this understanding intersected, silently, with European conceptions of time, fate, and prophecy. In the end, the codices endure not merely as artifacts, but as reminders of the fragility and power of human knowledge. They preserve a vision of the cosmos, of cyclical time and divine order that challenges linear narratives and invites contemplation. They suggest that the Vatican's role as guardian of ancient wisdom was complex, balancing preservation with discretion, reverence with control. The manuscripts remain folded, fragile, and carefully hidden, yet their contents speak across time, whispering of civilizations that understood the heavens, the cycles of history, and the profound interconnection of human action and cosmic order. Chapter 13. Suppressed maps of ancient lands long before the age of modern exploration, before telescopes, satellites, and precise longitudinal measurement, the world was already being drawn, traced, and recorded by minds whose vision extended far beyond the apparent horizon. The Vatican Library, a repository of not only religious texts, but also secular knowledge, is believed to hold maps and charts that reveal a very different conception of the Earth, one that challenges the neat boundaries of conventional history. Among these, the Piri Reis map of 1513 stands as one of the most compelling enigmas. Crafted by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, this map depicts the coastlines of South America with astonishing accuracy, but it also hints at landforms beneath ice in Antarctica, a continent that would not be officially documented until centuries later. Such precision raises profound questions. How did these mapmakers acquire knowledge of continents yet undiscovered, or of coastlines long buried beneath ice sheets? And why, if these maps existed, were they suppressed or hidden away? The Vatican's alleged holdings of early cartographic works suggest that the Church recognized the power inherent in controlling knowledge of the world itself. Explorers' reports, charts brought back from distant voyages, and perhaps even documents copied from older, lost civilizations, were carefully stored, catalogued, and restricted. Some maps reportedly depicted entire continents, Atlantis-like landmasses that have since vanished along with their civilizations. Others indicated coasts that modern science only confirmed in the 20th century, as ice sheets retreated and satellite imaging revealed outlines previously inaccessible. The implications are profound. If these maps were accurate, they suggest that civilizations with sophisticated geographical knowledge existed long before the accepted timeline of human history. Were these records preserved for posterity, or concealed, to maintain the authority of church-sanctioned narratives? Examining the Piri Reis map itself, we see a fusion of the old and the new, fragments of earlier cartographic knowledge compiled from Portuguese, Spanish, and even older, possibly pre-classical sources. Lines of latitude, careful depiction of rivers and bays, and the remarkably precise outline of South America point to access to sources lost to time. The inclusion of the Antarctic coastline, uncharted for another 300 years, cannot easily be explained by chance or rudimentary estimation. Scholars have debated the possibility that pre-flood civilizations, now buried beneath millennia of ice and sediment, might have once possessed advanced navigational knowledge. Could the Vatican have inherited copies of these maps, originally, compiled in some remote, vanished epoch, and quietly maintained them within its vaults to safeguard the narrative of humanity's progress? Maps, unlike manuscripts or religious texts, encode knowledge in visual form. They reveal not only geography but also human understanding of natural phenomena, trade routes, and, in some cases, sacred or cosmological relationships to the land. Within the Vatican Library, certain charts are said to have depicted the Atlantic and Pacific coastlines with a fidelity that astounds modern scholars, including islands that no longer exist or are submerged today. Some maps include annotations in unfamiliar scripts or languages, suggesting that knowledge was transmitted across civilizations long forgotten. The very act of cataloguing and preserving these artifacts implies recognition of their significance, knowledge that could challenge prevailing beliefs about the origins and limits of human exploration. Knowledge that could reveal pre-flood civilizations, lost continents, or the true age of the Earth itself. The suppression of maps is not without precedent. Throughout history, authorities have often restricted access to geographical information. Portolans and charts, carefully guarded, were considered strategic assets. By controlling access, the Church could influence not only theological understanding, but also the practical reach of nations and explorers. If the Vatican possessed maps showing Antarctica free of ice, or detailing coastlines submerged beneath millennia of glacial expansion, such information would fundamentally rewrite the history of exploration. It would indicate that human knowledge of the world existed long before recorded history acknowledges, and that great cataclysms, including floods and glacial advances, had reshaped the planet while preserving fragments of memory in stone, papyrus, and ink. The sources of these maps remain enigmatic. Some may have come from explorers in the 15th and 16th centuries, such as the Portuguese and Spanish navigators, whose voyages reshaped Europe's understanding of the globe. Others, however, may trace their origins to far older traditions, the cartographic memory of vanished civilizations that once measured, recorded, and mapped coastlines now buried beneath ocean or ice. Reports suggest that certain maps in the Vatican Library include notes in scripts no longer understood, markings that seem to correlate with geomorphological features confirmed only in the modern era. The precision, the hidden continents, the detailed coastlines all hint at a continuity of knowledge interrupted by cataclysm, conquest, and suppression. Consider the possibility that the maps were not only tools of exploration, but instruments of control. By holding knowledge of the true extent of continents, islands, and navigable seas, the Church could exert influence over monarchs, merchants, and scholars. Access to the Vatican's maps was restricted, often requiring direct papal authorization. The rationale may have been both protective and strategic, to prevent dangerous knowledge from challenging accepted theology, to maintain authority over the interpretation of natural history, or to shield humanity from truths too disruptive to accept. Whether this was motivated by fear, reverence, or pragmatic politics, the result was the creation of a guarded archive, a collection of maps that silently recorded a far older, hidden understanding of the world. There are further implications in the anomalies themselves. Certain maps appear to depict not just geography, but catastrophic events, rising seas, floods, and shifts in coastlines that correspond with theories of pre-flood civilizations and global cataclysms. The depictions suggest an understanding of temporal change, of geography, as mutable over ages rather than fixed, echoing legends preserved in Mesopotamian, Mayan, and Greek sources. The Vatican's possession of such maps, if confirmed, would place the Church at the center of a network of knowledge that bridges continents and epochs, a quiet guardian of evidence that humanity has survived cycles of destruction far earlier than classical history admits. The very act of preservation suggests awareness of risk. Maps are inherently evidence of what was once known, and their accuracy in depicting lost or submerged lands challenges conventional narratives. The Vatican's control over such knowledge parallels its custody of manuscripts. The library functions not merely as an archive of faith, but as a repository of memory, safeguarding truths that might destabilize accepted timelines. By containing these maps, the Church may have consciously influenced both the historiography of exploration and the collective perception of human progress, ensuring that the story of civilization unfolds according to the lens they deemed appropriate. Yet despite secrecy, fragments of these maps and the anomalies they present have leaked into public awareness, sparking speculation and debate. Scholars continue to study the Piri Reis map, juxtaposing it with other charts that hint at Antarctica free of ice or the outlines of vanished continents. The recurring themes, precise coastlines, submerged lands, evidence of pre-modern surveying, force reconsideration of humanity's history. Were these ancient explorers guided by observation alone? Or did they inherit knowledge from civilizations predating the biblical flood? Civilizations whose remnants the Vatican quietly protects? And if so, what else lies hidden in the libraries, restricted sections awaiting discovery? Maps are more than representations. They are instruments of memory, preserving the experience, observation, and knowledge of those who came before. Within the Vatican Library, the suppressed maps of ancient lands stand as a silent testament to human curiosity, ingenuity, and caution. They suggest that the world, as we are taught to see it, is only a fraction of what has been observed, recorded, and known across millennia. To study these maps is to peer into a network of lost knowledge, to glimpse the continents, coastlines, and civilizations that have been erased by time, cataclysm, or deliberate suppression. In tracing the anomalies of these maps, one begins to perceive a pattern. That human knowledge, even in the face of cataclysm, survives in fragments, in charts, in manuscripts, in cryptic notations preserved by those who understood their value. The Vatican's custody of these artifacts may be seen not merely as control, but as guardianship of continuity, a chain linking pre-flood civilizations, explorers of the Renaissance, and the modern scholars who now attempt to decode the silent wisdom of centuries. Chapter 14. The Index Librorum. Prohibitorum for centuries, the Catholic Church exercised a quiet authority over knowledge, wielding a power that reached into every corner of thought, inquiry, and imagination. At the center of this dominion lay the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Index of Forbidden Books, a catalogue that became both a shield and a sword, a list defining the boundaries of acceptable knowledge and a warning of what must remain unseen. First formally compiled in 1559 under Pope Paul IV, the Index was not a mere inventory of heretical texts. It was an instrument of control, meticulously curated to preserve orthodoxy while safeguarding the Church's interpretation of truth. Within the hallowed chambers of the Vatican, copies of these forbidden works still lie, shelved and sealed, their contents both a testament to human curiosity and a reflection of fear. Fear that some ideas, once unleashed, could disrupt the delicate balance of faith, power, and authority. The books listed on the index were diverse, spanning disciplines, languages, and centuries. Philosophers such as Giordano Bruno and Galileo Galilei found their writings condemned, not solely for disagreement with theology, but for presenting models of the cosmos that conflicted with ecclesiastical doctrine. Scientific treatises, works, on astronomy, medicine, and natural philosophy appeared alongside alternative theologies. Gnostic texts and mystic writings long considered dangerous. Each entry carried a subtle yet profound implication. The Church recognized that knowledge itself possesses power, a power capable of shaping perception, undermining dogma, or awakening forbidden questions about the world, the cosmos, and the human soul. The inclusion of texts in the index often mirrored the anxieties of the era, a reflection of what rulers feared might erode not only faith, but the very social and cosmic order they sought to preserve. Yet the index was more than a catalogue. It was a mechanism of containment. Books could not simply be destroyed outright. Their knowledge was too potent, their origins sometimes too ancient or authoritative. Instead, they were sequestered, archived under Vatican supervision, accessible only to select scholars and theologians approved by the Church hierarchy. In this way, the Vatican transformed from a spiritual institution into a curator of human thought, simultaneously preserving and concealing manuscripts that might have altered the trajectory of science, philosophy, or theology were preserved in silence, hidden beneath layers of ritual, bureaucracy, and ecclesiastical discretion. Within this strategy lies a quiet paradox. The Church, by restricting access, both denied and protected knowledge, safeguarding fragments of human understanding that might otherwise have been lost to time or conquest. Among the forbidden works, one finds echoes of civilizations predating Christianity, Gnostic treatises, Hermetic texts, and philosophical fragments that hint at cosmic knowledge, cycles of creation and destruction, and the hidden architecture of the universe. These writings, often synthesized from Egyptian, Greek, and Near Eastern traditions, present a view of humanity and divinity far more complex than the sanctioned canon. Were they included on the index because they contradicted Christian dogma, or because they contained truths so potent, so subversive, that their circulation could alter the very perception of history itself? Scholars have long debated whether these works threatened faith, or merely revealed the Church's awareness that human memory contains layers of wisdom and knowledge that might never be fully reconciled with institutional authority. The mechanics of the index reveal an intricate strategy. Books were evaluated not merely for content, but for their potential influence on minds capable of critical reasoning. Scientific works that challenged geocentric cosmology were condemned alongside imaginative literature that suggested alternative spiritual realities. Texts that presented prophecy, apocalyptic visions, or alternative genealogies of creation were particularly suspect. The Vatican, in compiling and maintaining the index, demonstrated a profound understanding of the interplay between information and power, that knowledge is not neutral, and that its circulation could reshape civilizations. By curating which ideas could flourish and which must be silenced, the Church asserted dominion over both faith and thought, creating a subterranean architecture of knowledge layered beneath the official narrative. Contained within the index are also glimpses of the Church's engagement with forbidden histories. Accounts of pre-Christian traditions, Egyptian cosmology, and ancient mystical practices appear alongside treatises on early Gnostic sects, alternative interpretations of Scripture, and philosophical inquiries that challenge the assumptions of morality, divinity, and the cosmos. Some of these texts, preserved but hidden, suggest that the Vatican recognized the persistence of memory, the knowledge of humanity before recorded history, the pre-flood narratives, and the fragments of lost civilizations whose understanding of the universe might have been too dangerous for popular dissemination. The act of suppression, therefore, may not have been a rejection of truth, but a recognition of its potency, an acknowledgement that certain knowledge requires careful guardianship. The consequences of the index extended far beyond censorship. By labeling certain works as forbidden, the Church created an aura of intrigue, lending power to the very knowledge it sought to conceal. Scholars, natural philosophers, and clandestine readers risked censure, exile, or worse, in pursuit of texts deemed dangerous. The index, paradoxically, ensured that forbidden knowledge was both feared and desired, its allure magnified by the shadows in which it was kept. Some historians suggest that the existence of these controlled works, safely archived in Vatican vaults, prevented the complete erasure of ideas that might otherwise have been lost to fire, war, or the sweeping tides of reform. The library, in this sense, functions as both a gatekeeper and a vault, a place where forbidden truths quietly endure, their full significance obscured by centuries of institutional oversight. Even the physicality of the index reveals layers of meaning. Books bound in rich leathers, illuminated manuscripts, or fragile papyri testify to the extraordinary lengths taken to preserve knowledge. Marginalia, notes, and annotations reveal scholars grappling with the tension between curiosity and compliance, preserving observations and interpretations in hidden corners of the text. Many volumes show signs of censorship, pages excised, titles erased, or passages marked to indicate theological objection. Yet beneath the visible suppression, the material evidence remains, an echo of human inquiry, an undercurrent of thought that refuses to be extinguished. The index also illuminates the Church's broader philosophy toward control, preservation, and power. By dictating which ideas could circulate freely, the Vatican shaped the intellectual climate of Europe for centuries. Knowledge was not only spiritual, it was geopolitical, philosophical, and cosmological. In restricting access, the Church asserted authority over the development of thought itself, defining acceptable frameworks for understanding the natural world, the divine, and the human role within both. At the same time, by retaining the works in its collection, the Vatican preserved a reservoir of forbidden ideas, a silent, hidden archive capable of revealing alternate histories, lost technologies, or pre-Christian cosmologies, should they ever be studied with careful attention. Consider for a moment the delicate balance embodied by the Index. It was at once a tool of suppression and a vessel of preservation. Ideas too volatile for public consumption were shielded behind ecclesiastical oversight, yet they were meticulously catalogued, conserved, and often annotated by the very scholars entrusted with enforcing orthodoxy. The paradox is striking. To censor was also to conserve, to forbid was also to safeguard. And in this quiet tension lies the mystery of the Vatican Library's role in the preservation of human knowledge. The Index is not merely a list. It is a testament to the enduring tension between authority and inquiry, faith and reason, secrecy and revelation. Within this carefully curated archive, one can glimpse the potential scope of human understanding prior to the consolidation of orthodoxy. Texts addressing cosmology, metaphysics, prophetic traditions, and mystical practice survive alongside works of logic, mathematics, and early natural science. Each entry, each forbidden page, carries with it the weight of possibility, a reminder that human thought has always extended beyond the boundaries of accepted narrative, that ideas too profound, too disruptive, or too truthful for their time were quietly sequestered, awaiting a future age capable of comprehension. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, therefore, is not simply an artifact of censorship. It is a window into the Vatican's perception of human history, its understanding of knowledge as power, and its awareness of ideas whose consequences could reverberate across centuries. Within the library, the forbidden books lie in quiet preservation, their secrets intact, their messages hidden beneath layers of authority and time. They stand as a testament to the enduring tension between curiosity and control, to the delicate interplay between revelation and concealment, and to the recognition that some truths, though suppressed, cannot be entirely erased. Chapter 15: Galileo, Science, and Suppressed Knowledge. The story of Galileo Galilei is often told as a dramatic confrontation between a single man and the weight of the Church. Yet the truth lies deeper, woven into the very architecture of knowledge, control, and secrecy that the Vatican cultivated over centuries. Galileo's observations of the heavens, the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, the imperfections of the moon, challenged not only the accepted Aristotelian cosmology, but also the theological certainties upon which centuries of authority rested. The implications were profound. The Earth was no longer the fixed center of creation, and humanity's understanding of the cosmos, long guided by scripture and philosophical tradition, was suddenly cast into question. For the Vatican, this was more than scientific curiosity. It was a threat to a carefully constructed worldview, a system in which knowledge, faith, and power were inseparable. Within the silent halls of the Vatican Library, manuscripts and letters reveal the subtle anxiety that Galileo inspired. Correspondence between theologians, cardinals, and scholars speaks not only of his discoveries, but of the broader fear that heliocentric theory might encourage dissent, challenge divine authority, and unravel accepted doctrine. The library became, in effect, a battleground, a space where ideas were scrutinized, restricted, or sanctioned. Texts were collected, annotated, and preserved, not merely for posterity, but as instruments of both containment and mediation. Knowledge was never neutral. Its circulation had to be monitored, controlled, and sometimes suppressed to maintain the equilibrium of faith and governance. Galileo's trial in 1633 epitomized the tension between observation and orthodoxy. Though often portrayed as a singular moment of persecution, it was in fact the culmination of decades of negotiation between discovery and doctrine. Scholars in the Vatican debated not just the scientific merits of his work, but the cultural and spiritual ramifications of accepting that the heavens were not static and earth-centered. Manuscripts from this era reveal a meticulous effort to retain the records of inquiry while circumscribing their influence, preserving the work of revolutionary thinkers within controlled access, ensuring that curiosity would exist, yet never run entirely free. The library, in this sense, functioned as a silent guardian and simultaneously as a restraining force. Copies of heliocentric treatises, letters between scientists, and critiques of Aristotelian physics were archived, catalogued, and sometimes annotated with marginalia that reflected both admiration and apprehension. Scholars studying these texts often found themselves navigating an invisible line. How much of the truth could be acknowledged without destabilizing the theological order? How could the Church reconcile the desire to preserve knowledge with the imperative to maintain doctrinal authority? The very act of preservation was an exercise in control, ensuring that revolutionary ideas would endure, but always under ecclesiastical supervision. Beyond Galileo, the Vatican's engagement with scientific manuscripts reveals a broader pattern of selective retention. Works on astronomy, mathematics, natural philosophy, and early mechanics appear alongside theological commentaries, often intertwined in ways that suggest careful curation. Some texts hint at discoveries that, if widely circulated, might have altered the trajectory of human understanding centuries earlier. Observational data, experimental records, and philosophical conjectures were all preserved, yet many remained inaccessible, their implications folded into the shadows of restricted scholarship. The library, therefore, was not simply a repository, it was a filter, a mediator between the potential of human insight and the constraints of institutional authority. Galileo's correspondence also highlights the human element within this tension. His letters reveal a man deeply aware of both the power and peril of his discoveries. He sought recognition, yet feared the consequences of unrestrained dissemination. Vatican records show that church officials, too, were acutely conscious of the implications of science. They understood that heliocentrism, if embraced without guidance, could challenge interpretations of Scripture, undermine clerical authority, and inspire broader questioning of accepted truths. The library thus became a theatre of intellectual caution, where manuscripts were both treasured and feared, where ideas were allowed to survive, but only under the careful gaze of those entrusted with their oversight. The question arises, if Galileo's findings were so carefully monitored, what other scientific revelations might have been preserved under similar conditions? The Vatican holds thousands of manuscripts on astronomy, alchemy, mathematics, and natural philosophy, many of which have seen limited study. Some suggest that these texts contain observations and theories that, had they been openly disseminated, could have accelerated scientific understanding or revealed technological insights long before they entered broader discourse. Others speculate that the Church's guardianship of these works was motivated less by suppression than by a recognition of the potential consequences of releasing knowledge prematurely, the delicate balance between enlightenment and disruption. Consider the broader context of the 16th and 17th centuries, a period of intellectual upheaval in Europe. Printing presses multiplied, humanist scholarship flourished, and explorers were revealing new worlds. Knowledge moved rapidly, yet not all discoveries were welcomed with open arms. In this environment, the Vatican's approach to science was both conservative and protective. By curating which works could circulate, annotating manuscripts, and controlling access, the Church sought to mediate the pace of intellectual evolution, ensuring that new ideas would not destabilize faith or social order. Galileo's trial, his silencing, and the retention of his manuscripts are a single, emblematic episode within this broader strategy. The library's holdings also suggest that the line between suppression and preservation was often subtle. Some texts were censored, while others were carefully guarded, catalogued, and commented upon. Marginal notes reveal the thoughts of scholars wrestling with novel theories, observations recorded but cautiously framed, hypotheses proposed but tempered with theological considerations. In this way, the Vatican transformed from a mere spiritual institution into a complex archive of human inquiry, capable of both nurturing and constraining the evolution of knowledge. The preservation of scientific manuscripts, even those deemed controversial, ensured that revolutionary insights could survive centuries, awaiting future generations who might approach them with both curiosity and understanding. Galileo's experience is therefore emblematic not only of conflict, but of the paradoxical role of the Vatican Library. It was a repository, a guardian, and a censor, a space where truth could be preserved even as it was constrained. The tension between discovery and doctrine, between curiosity and control, echoes across centuries, reflected in the manuscripts, annotations, and correspondences that survive today. In the careful archiving of heliocentric treatises, the Church demonstrated a recognition of the enduring power of knowledge, the responsibility inherent in its guardianship, and the fragility of the human desire to reconcile observation with belief. Even now, as scholars and historians examine the Vatican's collections, the question persists. What insights lie hidden in these manuscripts, waiting to illuminate aspects of the natural world or human understanding that were once considered dangerous? Could there be observations, experimental notes, or theoretical conjectures that might have altered the course of science had they been released? The library, in its silent vastness, contains both answers and mysteries, preserving fragments of human ingenuity while leaving their full significance tantalizingly out of reach. In reflecting on Galileo and the library, we are reminded that the story of knowledge is never straightforward. It is shaped by curiosity, ambition, fear, and the interplay of power. It is a story of guardianship and suppression, of preservation and restraint, where manuscripts are both treasured and constrained. Galileo's discoveries may have challenged the Church, but they also illuminate the subtle genius of the library itself, a place capable of containing, cataloguing, and protecting human understanding, even when that understanding threatens established order. The paradox remains. In seeking to control knowledge, the Vatican preserved it. In attempting to suppress revolutionary ideas, it ensured their survival. Galileo's legacy is inseparable from this paradox, a testament to the delicate tension between the pursuit of truth and the maintenance of authority. And within the library's silent halls, among manuscripts both studied and unread, the echoes of this tension persist. A quiet reminder that human curiosity, even when constrained, cannot be entirely extinguished, and that the pursuit of knowledge has always carried with it both promise and peril. The Vatican's handling of Galileo's work also reflects a deeper philosophy regarding the transmission of knowledge. To those who governed the library, information was not merely something to be preserved, it was a living force, one that could influence thought, shape perception, and ultimately affect the faith and obedience of millions. Galileo's discoveries, revolutionary as they were, challenged not only the understanding of the heavens, but the very framework through which people interpreted their place in the universe. To allow such insights to circulate freely risked disrupting centuries of theological and philosophical continuity. Manuscripts, letters, and marginal annotations reveal that scholars in the Vatican were acutely aware of this danger. Knowledge had to be curated with discretion, preserved, yet strategically restrained, so that insight could endure without destabilizing the broader spiritual order. Galileo himself understood the stakes. His writings reveal a man navigating a labyrinth of caution, ambition, and reverence. He expressed awe at the mechanics of the universe, at the harmony of celestial motion, yet he also acknowledged the peril of challenging entrenched authority. Letters exchanged with friends, students, and fellow scholars show his careful phrasing, the intentional ambiguity he employed to convey revolutionary ideas without triggering the Church's wrath. And yet, despite his careful approach, the institutional apparatus around him remained vigilant. The library was more than a collection of books. It was a mechanism of oversight, where ideas could be archived, cross-referenced, and preserved under controlled circumstances. The codification of knowledge in the library during this period also reveals a sophisticated understanding of information management. Manuscripts were not stored haphazardly. They were catalogued, indexed, and sometimes annotated with interpretive commentaries. These annotations were often subtle, reflecting concerns not merely with accuracy, but with the potential impact of the text. Copies of heliocentric treatises, letters detailing observations of the moons of Jupiter, and early astronomical charts were carefully preserved alongside theological treatises and philosophical works, creating a complex lattice in which secular and sacred knowledge intersected. Scholars working within the Vatican understood that the survival of ideas required balance. They must exist, yet not overwhelm, inform, yet not subvert. In some respects, the Vatican's approach mirrors the paradox of stewardship itself. Knowledge, like a seed, must be nurtured under specific conditions to ensure its growth. Left entirely unrestricted, revolutionary ideas might spread prematurely, provoking social, theological, or political upheaval. Yet to suppress them entirely would be to extinguish the possibility of future enlightenment. Galileo's manuscripts demonstrate this delicate tension. His heliocentric discoveries were preserved, yet their circulation was controlled. His letters survived, yet their audience was carefully limited. His experiments were recorded, yet often left inaccessible to wider scholars. In this way, the library functioned not merely as a repository, but as a regulatory environment, one capable of guiding the trajectory of human understanding across generations. Beyond the immediate context of Galileo, the Vatican's curatorial practices reveal patterns of engagement with broader scientific currents. Manuscripts on optics, mechanics, and early telescopic observations suggest that the Church retained knowledge even when it challenged conventional thought. While some texts were explicitly censored, others were annotated and stored, often in ways that reflect a nuanced understanding of the power inherent in discovery. The tension between preservation and control, between curiosity and authority, resonates throughout these holdings, revealing a sophisticated institutional strategy that sought to mediate the influence of knowledge on the faithful. The library's approach also raises questions about the hidden potential of the manuscripts it safeguards. Scholars have speculated that early observations recorded alongside Galileo's works might contain data or theoretical insights that, if released, could have accelerated scientific advancement. Astronomical observations, calculations regarding planetary motion, and even rudimentary experimental results were preserved with care, but often left unstudied. The Vatican, in effect, became a silent conservator of human ingenuity, holding ideas in abeyance until a time when they could be assimilated without jeopardizing the stability of accepted doctrine. The tension between access and containment, between revelation and concealment, is a recurring theme in the library's approach to science. Galileo's encounter with the Church, then, is not merely a historical incident of persecution, but a case study in the management of knowledge itself. The library's guardianship illustrates the delicate interplay of authority and insight. Manuscripts could exist, discoveries could be preserved, yet both were held in a controlled environment, with access mediated by an awareness of social, theological, and philosophical consequences. The preservation of heliocentric treatises, the careful annotation of experimental data, and the cataloguing of letters all reflect a recognition that knowledge is powerful, that its dissemination has consequences, and that its survival requires deliberate stewardship. Even centuries later, the echoes of this tension remain palpable. The Vatican Library contains extensive scientific collections that continue to attract scholars seeking insights into early experimentation, astronomical observation, and philosophical inquiry. The very existence of these holdings challenges simplistic narratives of suppression. They suggest a deliberate, calculated approach to preserve knowledge while shaping its impact, to archive revolutionary thought while containing its immediate influence. In this sense, Galileo's trial and the library's curation of his work exemplify a broader principle. Knowledge is both a gift and a responsibility. one that requires careful mediation, particularly when it threatens established paradigms. As we consider Galileo's legacy, it becomes clear that the struggle between observation and orthodoxy was not confined to a single individual. It reflects a systemic approach to knowledge, one in which manuscripts were both protected and constrained. The library, in its vast and silent halls, embodies this philosophy, holding within its walls the records of discovery and the evidence of careful guardianship. Galileo's insights survive, not only because of his genius, but because they were preserved within a complex institutional framework capable of both reverence and control. The story of Galileo and the Vatican Library, therefore, invites reflection on the broader questions of human curiosity, authority, and the preservation of knowledge. It raises the possibility that within these archives lie further revelations, insights into the cosmos, experiments, and theories that may yet illuminate the past or anticipate the future. And it reminds us that the history of science is inseparable from the history of guardianship. That discovery, even when constrained, can endure, and that the preservation of knowledge is itself a form of power, one that carries both promise and responsibility. Within the shadows of the library, the manuscripts await patient study. They whisper of a time when science and doctrine collided, when observation challenged belief, and when the guardians of knowledge weighed the consequences of revelation. Galileo's story is emblematic, but it is only a fragment of a much larger narrative, a narrative that extends across centuries, across cultures, and across the countless manuscripts that continue to be catalogued, preserved, and studied within the Vatican's hallowed walls. Here, in the silent reverence of ink, parchment, and vellum, the tension between freedom and control, between discovery and orthodoxy, persists, a quiet testament to the enduring complexity of human understanding. Chapter 16. The Jesuit Archives. Long before the modern concept of global scholarship, there existed the Jesuits, an order of scholars and missionaries who moved across continents with a deliberate precision, a quiet rigor, and an unrelenting curiosity. Their task was ostensibly spiritual, to convert, instruct, and guide. Yet in the shadows of this sacred mission, they became collectors of knowledge, chroniclers of cultures, and archivists of secrets that few in Europe would ever glimpse firsthand. The Vatican Library, with its solemn halls and infinite rows of manuscripts, owes a great portion of its worldly breadth to the meticulous labors of these men. From the bustling streets of 17th century Beijing to the dense jungles of the Amazon, Jesuit envoys carried with them not only the cross, but instruments of measurement, sketches, and notebooks filled with observations. In China, they studied Confucian texts and imperial records, translating the complexities of dynastic histories, cosmology, and astronomy into Latin for the Vatican's consumption. Matteo Ricci, perhaps the most renowned of these scholars, walked the corridors of the Forbidden City, listening, recording, and mapping a world almost entirely foreign to European eyes. Yet even his careful translations were not neutral. They were filtered, contextualized, and interpreted to align with ecclesiastical expectations, to illuminate truth without destabilizing doctrine. His observations on celestial phenomena, for instance, were meticulously cross-referenced with European astronomical records, allowing the Vatican to compare Eastern and Western understandings of the cosmos, quietly expanding its grasp on knowledge that transcended borders. In the Americas, Jesuit missionaries faced an entirely different challenge. Civilizations whose histories, rituals, and sciences had been carefully cultivated for millennia, yet were now viewed through the lens of conquest. The Jesuits documented languages, codices, and oral traditions, often copying manuscripts that were already in danger of being lost to fire or violence. Some of these texts detailed intricate calendars, astronomical cycles, and medicinal knowledge that rivaled European expertise. Yet the Church, cautious of material that might challenge prevailing narratives of human history or cosmology, absorbed these documents into its archives with discretion. The Vatican Library thus became a repository not merely of religious insight, but of human ingenuity from worlds far beyond Rome's immediate influence. Africa, too, yielded discoveries that were quietly transformative. Jesuits in the Congo and the kingdoms along the Niger River recorded everything from indigenous governance structures to cosmological myths, sacred rites, and metallurgical knowledge. They described complex trade networks, oral histories tracing centuries and ritual practices that defied simplistic interpretations of civilization. Many of these reports found their way to the library, folded among theological treatises and monastic codices, yet their content spoke of human creativity and organization independent of European influence. The careful placement of these materials, neither destroyed nor widely disseminated, reflected the Vatican's strategy: preserve, catalogue, and control the narrative. Throughout these endeavours, the Jesuits themselves were aware of the precarious balance they maintained. Their reports and manuscripts often included marginal notes, cryptic symbols, or coded references, hinting at observations that might be deemed dangerous if understood too widely. Some discussed political upheavals or ritual practices that, if misinterpreted, could threaten the Church's authority or provoke skepticism among the faithful. The Jesuit archives, therefore, are not a neutral record of foreign lands, but a curated collection, filtered through theological prudence and a conscious understanding of the potential consequences of revelation. Knowledge was a tool, but it was also a responsibility. One particularly compelling aspect of the Jesuit collections is the preservation of alternative worldviews. In China, Jesuits documented Taoist cosmology alongside Confucian philosophy. In the Americas, they transcribed Mesoamerican prophecies and astronomical calculations. In Africa, they recorded sacred oral traditions that traced lineages and cosmologies far older than European chronicles. These accounts suggest that the Church had access not only to facts about distant lands, but to entire frameworks of understanding reality, worldviews that might have challenged theological orthodoxy if interpreted without mediation. By incorporating these texts into the Vatican Library, the Church ensured both their survival and their containment. They were studied, yet framed, preserved, yet controlled. The Jesuits' work also extended to the natural world. Observations of flora, fauna, and geological formations were meticulously recorded, often accompanied by detailed illustrations. These records were not merely ethnographic, they were empirical, reflecting a proto-scientific methodology that rivaled contemporary European study. Jesuits sent herbariums, anatomical sketches, and measurements of celestial events back to Rome, where scholars could study them without travelling to distant continents. In this way, the library became a centre not only of theological thought, but of empirical knowledge, allowing the Church to monitor and, at times, selectively release discoveries that might advance or challenge existing paradigms. What, then, did the Vatican find so compelling or threatening in these Jesuit collections? One could point to cosmological knowledge, calendars, eclipses, planetary cycles, and lunar observations that mirrored or exceeded European understandings. Another is the detailed ethnography of religious rites, sacrifices, and mystical practices, often preserved verbatim in their native languages. Some texts contained medicinal knowledge, metallurgical techniques, or engineering insights that could have transformed European practice if widely disseminated. Each discovery carried a dual potential. It could enhance human understanding, or it could destabilize entrenched worldviews. By controlling access, the library positioned itself as both guardian and arbiter of truth. The Jesuit archives, moreover, reflect a consciousness of the cyclical nature of knowledge and power. Reports of ancient temples, sacred relics, and esoteric practices suggest that the Church recognized patterns of human belief that transcended geography and time. They recorded myths that bore uncanny resemblances to biblical narratives, rituals reminiscent of early Christian practices, and astronomical observations that predated European calculations by centuries. Such insights, while preserved, were also veiled, suggesting that the library's custodians understood that some truths required preparation, a careful audience, context, and framework before they could be safely revealed. Through all of this, the Jesuits remained silent. Intermediaries. Their personal journals, letters, and sketches hint at curiosity and awe, but rarely judgment or overt critique. They were observers, translators, and archivists, yet always operating within the confines of ecclesiastical expectation. The Vatican, in turn, became a nexus of global knowledge, a collection point for texts and artifacts that would have been lost to time, destruction, or conquest. And yet, the library was never neutral. It was a deliberate space of containment where discoveries could be preserved, catalogued, and interpreted, but only released in ways that aligned with the Church's long-term vision of authority, history, and doctrine. In examining the Jesuit archives today, one senses the tension between revelation and concealment. A single manuscript may reveal not only the history of a people, but the calculation of its potential influence, its capacity to challenge or enlighten. The library, in preserving these texts, performs a dual function. It safeguards the memory of civilizations that might otherwise have vanished, and it maintains a quiet sovereignty over what knowledge is allowed to inform public understanding. The Jesuits, with their meticulous collection, were essential to this process, acting as eyes, hands, and interpreters of worlds far beyond Rome. Ultimately, the Jesuit archives remind us that the history of knowledge is inseparable from the history of power. Manuscripts, artifacts, and observations were not merely curiosities. They were instruments through which the Church could mediate reality itself. The Jesuits gathered the threads of human civilization across continents, and the Vatican Library wove them into a tapestry that both preserved and constrained. What insights these documents still hold of cosmology, ritual, science, and prophecy remains a tantalizing question. They hint at a world in which understanding and authority, curiosity and caution were inseparably entwined, leaving behind a legacy both illuminating and enigmatic. Here, in the hushed corridors where centuries of parchment and ink converge, the Jesuit collections await careful exploration. They whisper of distant empires, of sacred knowledge hidden in plain sight, and of a church that sought to balance discovery with discretion. Within these archives lies the echo of a global journey, one that traversed oceans, jungles, and deserts, and yet returned always to the silent vaults of Rome, where knowledge endures, preserved, controlled, and poised on the threshold of revelation. Chapter 17. The archives of Inquisition, beneath the hushed grandeur of the Vatican, beyond the marble halls and gilded frescoes, lies a quieter, more somber repository, the archives of the Inquisition. Here, rows of bound volumes and meticulous ledgers preserve the echoes of centuries-long inquisitions, trials, and confessions. These documents are more than records of persecution. They are fragments of a world that the Church once sought to control, a testament to beliefs, practices, and knowledge that teetered at the edge of orthodoxy. Within these pages, whispers of folk magic, hidden rituals, and forbidden wisdom linger, meticulously catalogued, yet rarely seen. The Inquisition is often remembered in broad strokes, as a machinery of fear and suppression. But the archives reveal a more complex reality. Inquisitors were not merely agents of destruction, they were also archivists of knowledge, collectors of human expression that, though condemned, could not simply be discarded. Testimonies recorded in painstaking Latin, Spanish, and Italian describe practices that predated Christianity, rituals that invoked the cycles of nature, and oral traditions passed through generations. These are accounts of sacred rites, of prayers and charms, of healers and seers whose understanding of the world was considered dangerous or heretical, yet whose existence was undeniable. In many cases, the inquisitors themselves were fascinated by what they documented. A confession of sorcery, for example, might include detailed instructions for a ritual intended to protect crops or summon rain. An accused practitioner of folk medicine might recount formulas for healing that incorporated herbs unknown to European. Pharmacopoeia, preserved in journals that remain in the archives. These records reveal the tension between condemnation and curiosity, The Church sought to assert control, yet it also became the unintentional guardian of knowledge that could have vanished entirely under suppression. Among the most revealing documents are the interrogations of accused witches, alchemists, and practitioners of forbidden arts. These testimonies often speak of a cosmology that runs parallel to the accepted doctrines of the time, spirits that inhabit the natural world, cycles of the moon and sun that influence destiny, and knowledge passed through clandestine lineages of practitioners. The inquisitors recorded these observations, sometimes with skepticism, often with suspicion, but always with an insistence on detail. In the margins of these volumes, notes suggest careful comparisons, cross-referencing confessions with folklore, earlier trials, and even classical texts. The archives of Inquisition, in this sense, are as much a library of the hidden as they are a record of enforcement. Consider the trial of a 16th century healer in northern Italy, whose confession described rites performed at the solstice. She spoke of herbs, incantations, and the alignment of stones with the heavens, knowledge that, if understood, might have appeared indistinguishable from early natural philosophy. The inquisitor's notes beside her words reveal a subtle tension. Documentation of transgression mingled with recognition of practical insight. Many of these marginalia suggest that inquisitors were aware that these practices contained elements of truth, elements that the Church might control by cataloguing rather than destroying. In essence, the archives became a means of containment. Knowledge could be preserved, even as its practitioners were condemned. The archives also preserved testimonies of folk beliefs that intersected with pre-Christian or pagan traditions. Villages throughout Europe maintained rituals for fertility, harvest, and the protection of households, often layered atop Christian observances. Inquisition records capture the syncretic nature of these practices. Prayers to saints recited alongside, charms invoking ancient deities, festivals celebrated with masked dances and symbolic offerings. These documents suggest that what the Church deemed heretical was often a continuation of humanity's oldest traditions, a living memory of ritual knowledge. By cataloguing these practices, the Vatican preserved a map of human belief that might otherwise have faded entirely into obscurity. In many cases, the inquisitors themselves were meticulous anthropologists, albeit unwilling ones. They recorded not only confessions but also the material culture associated with them. Talismans, ritual objects, herbal remedies, and inscriptions. Sketches, sometimes crude, sometimes detailed, accompany descriptions of ceremonies. Some objects, described in these documents, have since been found in museums or private collections, yet the originals remain known only to the vaults of the Vatican. This material dimension of the archives suggests that the Inquisition was as concerned with knowledge as it was with enforcement. Understanding the power of symbols, the efficacy of ritual, and the breadth of human creativity. One of the most intriguing aspects of these records is the persistence of alternative cosmologies. Accused alchemists, mystics, and astrologers often recounted understandings of the universe that diverged from Aristotelian or Christian frameworks. Some described celestial cycles that mirrored those recorded in Babylonian or Hermetic texts, while others invoked secret knowledge of the elements, the transmutation of substances, or the alignment of planets with human destiny. These accounts, preserved in the archives, suggest that the Church had access to a tapestry of esoteric knowledge, much of which could have been destabilizing if interpreted outside a controlled context. By preserving these records, the Vatican both contained and safeguarded a form of understanding that existed on the margins of European thought. The inquisitorial records also hint at networks of hidden knowledge. Families, guilds, and local communities often maintained oral traditions, techniques, and rituals across generations, even in the face of persecution. In some confessions, witnesses describe clandestine gatherings, secret manuscripts, and coded language, indicating an awareness of the Church's scrutiny and a deliberate effort to protect sacred knowledge. The archives, in turn, preserve the traces of these networks, revealing a landscape of intellectual and spiritual resistance that endured even under the threat of punishment. Yet the archives of Inquisition are not merely a repository of occult knowledge or suppressed wisdom. They are also a reflection of the Church's awareness of human complexity. In cataloguing heresy, the Church inadvertently recorded the diversity of thought, the persistence of cultural memory, and the adaptability of belief. The Inquisitors' meticulous work provides a window into societies in transition, where ancient traditions intersected with the rise of centralized religious authority. Within these documents lies a dialogue between preservation and prohibition, between fear and fascination, a tension that still resonates centuries later. Today, as scholars gain unprecedented access to these volumes, new questions emerge. How much knowledge was catalogued to preserve it, rather than to destroy it? Which rituals, formulas, and practices were deliberately hidden, and which were deemed too dangerous to circulate? What insights into natural philosophy, medicine, or cosmology remain encoded in the margins, awaiting careful interpretation? The archives suggest that history is not linear, but layered, that the records of persecution may simultaneously preserve the echoes of human ingenuity and resilience. Walking through the vaults of the archives of Inquisition, one senses the weight of these layered histories. Each volume is a palimpsest of fear and curiosity, condemnation and documentation. Within the margins, between the lines, the forgotten world speaks of herbs and stones, of stars and seasons, of incantations and prayers. It is a world both suppressed and preserved, catalogued, but never entirely erased. The Vatican, in maintaining these records, created a space where heretical knowledge survived, waiting to be re-examined, understood, and perhaps integrated into the broader story of human civilization. In the hushed silence of these vaults, the Inquisitors' meticulous hands and sharp eyes are preserved alongside the voices of those they judged. Every confession, every sketch, every note is a testament to a centuries-long negotiation between power and knowledge, authority and curiosity. The archives of Inquisition, with their bound volumes and careful cataloguing, remind us that even in eras of suppression, humanity's impulse to understand, to document, and to preserve endures. In these preserved testimonies lies not only the shadow of fear, but the quiet endurance of forgotten truths, waiting for the observer willing to see beyond condemnation and into the depths of human memory. Chapter 18. The Sumerian Question and Ancient Kings. Lists beneath the serene corridors of the Vatican Library, amid the quiet hum of careful cataloguing and the scent of aged vellum, lie texts that stretch the imagination across millennia. Among these are rare copies and translations of the Sumerian kings' lists, tablets that recount dynasties of rulers whose reigns stretch into the thousands of years, long before the world, as we know it, was shaped by the flood. These lists are meticulous in their enumeration, naming kings and the lengths of their reigns with a precision that seems both scholarly and extraordinary, almost impossible if one considers them in purely chronological terms. Yet these are not mere curiosities. They are echoes of a civilization that flourished on the fertile crescent of Mesopotamia, a civilization whose memory, like a palimpsest, is carefully preserved within the vaults of the Vatican. The Sumerian kings' lists, first discovered in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, presented scholars with a puzzle that has never been fully resolved. Early rulers of Eridu, Kish, and Uruk are described as reigning for tens of thousands of years, a scale that defies our conventional understanding of human history. For centuries, these texts were considered mythological, symbolic, or the product of a culture that measured time differently. Yet the Vatican's copies, among the oldest known translations in Europe, suggest a deliberate interest in preserving them, a recognition that these accounts might contain truths too profound or dangerous to ignore. The library's curators, for reasons that remain speculative, maintained these records alongside biblical manuscripts, classical works, and other texts deemed sacred or historically significant. In examining these kings' lists, one is struck by the resonance with the biblical account of the flood. The Sumerian narrative speaks of a great deluge, a catastrophic inundation that swept across the lands, ending the reigns of antediluvian kings and reshaping human civilization. Names of rulers, long lifespans, and the sudden collapse of dynasties suggest an awareness of cycles of catastrophe, an ancient memory of events that might have inspired later flood myths in Genesis. The Vatican's custodians, whether for theological, historical, or political reasons, preserved these accounts, acknowledging the curious overlap between Mesopotamian and Judeo-Christian narratives. One cannot help but wonder whether these texts were stored as corroboration, as a means of tracing the continuity of sacred history, or perhaps as evidence that pre-flood knowledge had survived through secret channels. The antediluvian reigns themselves are described with an almost ceremonial precision. Each king's length of rule, his city, and occasionally the deeds attributed to him are meticulously recorded. Some reigns span thousands of years, others are shorter, closer to human lifespans. Scholars have debated whether these numbers were symbolic, an encoding of cosmological knowledge, or evidence that the Sumerians had a concept of time fundamentally different from our own. The Vatican's copies suggest that European scholars, particularly in the Renaissance and early modern periods, were acutely aware of these anomalies. The library, in its quiet, controlled way, became a repository of ancient temporal frameworks, a place where alternative chronologies could exist alongside canonical history. The preservation of these kings' lists in the Vatican raises questions about intent. Why did the Church, which often sought to define historical and theological orthodoxy, keep texts that suggested an antediluvian world of extraordinary human longevity? One possibility is that these records were considered a bridge between the pagan past and the biblical present, a means of understanding the flood narrative within a broader historical and cosmic framework. They allowed scholars to map a continuity of human civilization from mythic prehistory to the establishment of known dynasties, linking the sacred with the historical. Yet the lists also hinted at knowledge that might challenge conventional chronology, and in that tension lies their mystery. Were they preserved to illuminate or to contain? Some entries in the Sumerian kings' lists include names and dynasties that disappear after the flood, only to reappear in later historical times. This pattern has intrigued historians and archaeologists alike. The continuity suggests that while the flood marked an end, it was not absolute. Knowledge, culture, and perhaps even technological understanding survived, transmitted through the surviving cities and their scribes. The Vatican's interest in these texts may have been motivated not merely by curiosity, but by an understanding that these fragments contained a deeper continuity, evidence of humanity's resilience, of knowledge that persists across cycles of destruction and renewal. The lists themselves are interspersed with commentary in the margins of some copies, annotations, cross-references, and notes by European scholars attempting to reconcile Sumerian chronology with biblical history. These marginalia reveal an awareness that these texts were not mere mythology. They were records that demanded interpretation, careful consideration, and at times, silence. The library's curators were conscious of the implications. If pre-flood civilizations were preserved in these texts, then history was more complex than conventional narratives allowed. The preservation of these copies was, in effect, a silent acknowledgement of the unknown, a repository of questions rather than answers. The Sumerian kings' lists also hint at lost technologies and societal structures. The long reigns and extraordinary knowledge attributed to these early kings suggests that the antediluvian world may have possessed capabilities that were later forgotten. Architectural sophistication, astronomical understanding, and administrative acumen are implied, though the texts remain cryptic. The Vatican's copies, carefully maintained, invite speculation. Did the Church recognize the potential of this ancient knowledge? Were these texts preserved as historical evidence, or as a record of understanding that was deliberately kept from public discourse? The tension between revelation and suppression is palpable within the library's quiet halls. Moreover, the king's lists illustrate a pattern of human civilization that is strikingly cyclical. Civilizations rise, flourish, and collapse under the weight of natural or cosmic forces. The antediluvian king's reigns, abruptly ended by the flood, prefigure later historical cycles. Dynasties toppled, cities abandoned, knowledge lost, and later rediscovered. By maintaining these texts, the Vatican was, in a sense, curating a memory of human resilience and fragility, preserving the warning implicit in the Sumerian record, that history is not linear, and that knowledge, once lost, may yet survive in fragments. It is in these fragments that the Sumerian question persists. Were these kings literal, historical rulers, or symbolic representations of cosmic principles? Did the lists encode knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, or governance that was meant to guide later generations? The Vatican's custodians, in safeguarding these texts, ensured that the question itself remained alive. The libraries did not seek to answer definitively, but to preserve the possibility of interpretation, leaving the observer to navigate between myth, history, and speculation. As one walks the silent corridors of the library, it is impossible not to sense the weight of these ancient voices. The kings of Eridu and Uruk, their names etched in cuneiform, their reigns extending into epochs that seem impossibly distant, speak across the centuries. Their stories, preserved in delicate copies within the Vatican, remind us that the human record is not a simple ledger of events, but a tapestry of memory, myth, and meaning. The antediluvian world, long obscured by the flood, lives on in these texts, a reminder of what was lost, what endured, and what may yet be understood. In the quiet of the Vatican, the Sumerian kings' lists do more than recount ancient rulers. They challenge our conception of time, of history, and of human possibility. They hint at continuity across cataclysm, at knowledge preserved through cycles of destruction, and at the persistent human drive to record, to remember, and to survive. Within the library's vaults, these texts are not relics. They are living questions, quietly asking us to consider the depths of prehistory, the layers of memory, and the mysteries that still linger beneath the surface of accepted history. The Sumerian question, preserved in these rare copies, is not answered. It persists, a silent challenge to the boundaries of understanding, an invitation to peer beyond the veil of known history into the ancient worlds that preceded and perhaps inform the civilizations we consider foundational. The Vatican, in its custodianship, maintains both the record and the mystery, allowing the antediluvian kings, their impossible reigns, and the flood that reshaped the earth to speak across millennia, a quiet echo of humanity's oldest remembered past. Chapter 19. The Voynich Manuscript, in the quiet recesses of the Vatican archives, amid shelves lined with texts centuries old and manuscripts carefully protected under glass and vellum, there exists a certain fascination with the anomalous, the inexplicable, the texts that defy straightforward interpretation. Among these, the Voynich Manuscript occupies a place both enigmatic and compelling. Though the original resides in Yale's Basilica Library today, the Vatican preserves copies, translations, and meticulous studies of this extraordinary codex. The manuscript's strange language, indecipherable to scholars past and present, its curious illustrations of flora unknown to botany, and its intricate astronomical diagrams have rendered it a singular mystery in the history of human writing. Voynich Manuscript is unlike any ordinary medieval codex. Its pages are thick with illustrations that seem simultaneously familiar and alien. Plants that do not correspond to known species, sometimes half human, half botanical hybrids, and geometric star charts that appear to map movements in the heavens with a precision that belies their apparent irrationality. Some scholars have suggested that these might be relics of knowledge predating recorded history, remnants of an antediluvian understanding of the natural world. Within the Vatican's copies, annotations suggest careful attention. Clerics and scholars attempted translations, cipher analysis, and marginal observations, as though aware that this text held knowledge that was powerful and perhaps dangerous. The manuscript's language, a fluid script with repeating characters and apparent syntax, defies classification. Efforts to decode it have spanned decades, from cryptographers during the Renaissance to modern computational linguists. Within the Vatican, there are records indicating that copies of the manuscript were examined in the 16th century alongside alchemical and mystical texts. The interest was not purely intellectual. There was a sense that the manuscript's contents might reveal hidden truths about the cosmos, medicine, and the human body. Knowledge that, if widely known, could disrupt established understandings of the natural and divine order. The careful custody of these copies suggests a reverence tinged with caution, a recognition that the Voynich Manuscript's mysteries were to be preserved, studied, but not fully disseminated. The botanical illustrations, in particular, have captivated researchers. Plants appear in forms that are biologically impossible, yet they are drawn with care and specificity. Some suggest these may be symbolic, encoding medical knowledge or spiritual principles. Others posit that they are records of species known to civilizations long before recorded history, perhaps even remnants of pre-flood flora. The Vatican's interest in these images may have been motivated by a desire to retain knowledge of natural remedies, to preserve insight into a world before the deluge, when humans may have had access to technologies and understandings now lost. The manuscript is both a puzzle and a repository, a window into an imagination informed by observation, memory, and perhaps secret traditions now obscured by time. Equally compelling are the manuscript's astronomical diagrams, circular charts, sometimes resembling star maps or celestial calendars, suggest a knowledge of planetary motion, constellations, and cosmic cycles. Some researchers have drawn comparisons to ancient Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Mayan knowledge, noting that the manuscript's celestial arrangements echo principles found in civilizations separated by continents and centuries. Within the Vatican, copies of these diagrams were cross-referenced with other astronomical texts, including works from the Library of Alexandria and Renaissance observations of the heavens. This indicates a sustained effort to understand the manuscript not merely as a curiosity, but as a key to a larger, perhaps hidden, cosmology. The manuscript's codified language presents another layer of intrigue. Though many have attempted to classify it as a cipher, glossolalia, or an artificial language, no definitive decryption has emerged. The Vatican's copies include early attempts at transcription, attempts to match symbols to letters, syllables, or astrological markers. Marginal notes reveal theories, some theological, others scientific, and a few that suggest connections to alchemy and the transmutation of knowledge itself. The effort to preserve the text within the library suggests that the Church recognized its significance, whether as a repository of ancient wisdom, a philosophical challenge, or a test of human perseverance in understanding the unknown. Several scholars have speculated that the Voynich manuscript could contain pre-flood knowledge. Its emphasis on natural forms, cycles of stars, and perhaps encoded pharmacology hints at a civilization that possessed a sophisticated understanding of nature's laws. The Vatican's guardians of knowledge may have recognized the potential of these texts to illuminate forgotten epochs, a continuity of memory stretching back beyond biblical history. By maintaining copies and analyses of the manuscript, the library served as a bridge between the known and the unknowable, an institution preserving humanity's contact with worlds and wisdom that had long receded into shadow. The manuscript also intersects with the history of secret knowledge. In Renaissance Europe, access to unusual texts was tightly controlled. Alchemists, mathematicians, and scholars often communicated in symbols to avoid persecution or misinterpretation. The Vatican's copies suggest a similar understanding. These texts, preserved with care, were intended to be read selectively, studied in silence, and preserved for future generations capable of comprehension. There is evidence that some Vatican scholars viewed the manuscript as potentially heretical or disruptive, yet worthy of preservation for its intellectual and perhaps spiritual significance. The tension between concealment and revelation runs through the library's custodianship of the Voynich manuscript. reflecting a broader pattern in the history of forbidden or arcane knowledge. In considering the manuscript's enigmatic illustrations and language, one is drawn to the idea of memory preserved through catastrophe. If the flood or similar cataclysmic events erased much of human knowledge, then texts like the Voynich Manuscript may represent a survival, a coded archive of what once was known. The Vatican's copies, carefully maintained and studied over centuries, could be a testament to the Church's awareness of such possibilities. The manuscript exists at the intersection of curiosity and caution, bridging worlds of botanical, astronomical, and mystical knowledge that hint at pre-flood wisdom and the potential continuity of human understanding across cataclysms. Perhaps most intriguing is the manuscript's ability to confound modern technology. Even with computers and pattern recognition software, the text resists decryption, suggesting a sophistication that transcends mere medieval invention. The Vatican's interest, extending from Renaissance scholars to contemporary archivists, indicates that the Codex is not merely a puzzle, but a touchstone for understanding the limits of human perception and knowledge. Its continued preservation speaks to a philosophy of guardianship. Some knowledge is too delicate, too potent, or too disruptive to be freely exposed, yet it must be remembered, catalogued, and studied. The Voynich Manuscript, in its enduring and mystery, asks profound questions. Is it a product of a lost civilization, a deliberate cipher, a spiritual text, or a combination of all three? Within the Vatican, its copies serve as a conduit to the unknown, an invitation to explore alternative histories, pre-flood wisdom, and the complex interplay between secrecy and scholarship. In its pages, one can trace the human impulse to record, to encode, and to transmit knowledge across time, an impulse that survives even when the original meanings are obscured by centuries. In the hushed halls of the Vatican Library, the Voynich Manuscript continues to speak, not in a language we can read, but in the quiet, insistent rhythms of curiosity and preservation. It reminds us that human history is not linear, that knowledge can be hidden, encoded, and yet endure, waiting for the mind capable of perceiving it. The manuscript's strange plants, celestial charts, and undeciphered script are more than enigmas. They are witnesses to the persistence of human memory, the survival of ideas through catastrophe, and the enduring tension between revelation and concealment. The Vatican's custodianship of this text is a silent testament to the value of mystery and the recognition that some truths, once glimpsed, can change the understanding of history itself. Chapter 20. The Vatican and Atlantis within the quiet, echoing halls of the Vatican Library. Beneath the high arches and endless rows of manuscripts, there lies a peculiar fascination with the story of a lost world. Atlantis, as Plato described, it in the dialogues of Timaeus and Critias, is not merely a myth for idle speculation. It is a tale of an advanced civilization, of a land engulfed by the sea, of knowledge and technology that vanished almost overnight. Medieval manuscripts, carefully preserved and annotated by church scholars, reference these accounts in ways that suggest both interest and caution. The Vatican's copies, often marginalia laden and richly illuminated, indicate that the story of Atlantis was not dismissed, but rather observed with a meticulous eye, as though the custodians of history sensed in these tales echoes of truths too dangerous to be widely acknowledged. Plato's dialogues had traveled through centuries, from the Hellenistic world into Arabic translations, and eventually into Latin. By the Middle Ages, scholars within monastic and ecclesiastical orders had access to these texts, and some made their way into the Vatican's growing collection. Within these manuscripts, Atlantis is not merely a distant fable, but a template for reflecting on human hubris, divine judgment, and the fragility of civilization. The Church, which carefully measured all historical claims against biblical chronology, found in the story of a sunken empire both a philosophical lesson and a theological dilemma. If Atlantis had truly existed, if a civilization with sophisticated engineering, governance, and knowledge had once flourished and perished long before the flood, then the foundations of human history, as understood through Scripture, could be called into question. Annotations in Vatican copies of these manuscripts reveal a delicate dance between curiosity and control. Some notes suggest scholarly debate. Could Plato's description of immense cities, concentric canals, and technological marvels reflect a historical reality? Others are cautionary, urging readers to interpret the account allegorically as moral instruction rather than literal history. These margins hint at an ongoing tension, a recognition that the story of Atlantis, if taken seriously as evidence of pre-flood sophistication, might unsettle conventional biblical chronologies. The Church's custodians of knowledge were aware of the power contained in such a narrative. The possibility of advanced human cultures predating recorded history could shift theological and philosophical understanding in ways both profound and destabilizing. Beyond the philosophical implications, some manuscripts hint at comparative study. Vatican scholars examined Atlantis alongside accounts of the flood, antediluvian kings, and lost civilizations in Mesopotamian and Egyptian records. There is evidence of careful cross-referencing. Plato's tale, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and Egyptian flood myths were sometimes noted together, suggesting that the Church's archivists perceived patterns, cycles of destruction and renewal, and perhaps an echo of a world before the flood. Such observations were rarely published or disseminated. The records remained within the secure vaults of the library, accessible only to select scholars entrusted with both knowledge and discretion. Interestingly, some Vatican manuscripts describe Atlantean knowledge in terms that suggest technology as much as culture. References to islands of metal and stone, machines of moving waters, and constructions beyond ordinary skill appear in annotations and later commentaries. Scholars of the Renaissance, particularly those interested in natural, philosophy and geometry, were drawn to these descriptions, and some even speculated that remnants of Atlantean engineering might survive in the pyramids of Egypt or in other ancient monuments. Within the Vatican, these notes were often paired with warnings. Such knowledge, while intriguing, could lead the untrained reader to heresy, or worse, to challenge accepted doctrine. It is as if the library itself understood the dual nature of certain truths, potent for the enlightened, dangerous for the unprepared. The suppression of wider recognition of Atlantis is as revealing as the manuscripts themselves. During the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, discussions of pre-flood civilizations were frequently met with skepticism or concern. To admit the existence of advanced cultures before the biblical flood was to imply a history unaccounted for in Scripture. Vatican scholars, therefore, often maintained careful secrecy around these texts. Copies were catalogued, studied, annotated, and preserved, but rarely printed or widely circulated. The library became a sanctuary not only for lost texts, but for ideas that could disrupt conventional understanding of humanity's temporal and moral trajectory. In this sense, Atlantis was both myth and warning, a civilization remembered only in fragments, yet preserved with a reverence due to knowledge too potent for public reckoning. The connection between Atlantis and the broader narrative of lost civilizations is striking. Manuscripts within the library occasionally reference distant continents, submerged islands, and sunken cities. These accounts, whether drawn from maritime legends, reports from explorers, or Platonic philosophy, echo one another in a pattern that suggests continuity. The Church's custodians were, perhaps unwittingly, maintaining a record of humanity's encounters with knowledge that transcended the historical record. Civilizations lost to water, time, and cataclysm, yet leaving traces in memory, in myth, and in the remnants of human culture. The Vatican's interest in these patterns reflects a subtle recognition. The preservation of Atlantis alongside other forgotten worlds was not mere curiosity, but part of an intellectual and spiritual endeavor to safeguard human memory against the erasure imposed by time and catastrophe. Some annotations hint at speculation regarding the origin and fate of Atlantean culture. Certain medieval glosses suggest that their destruction was not only natural, but moral, that pride, technological mastery, or hubris led to their demise. In these reflections, Vatican scholars found a moral echo compatible with Christian thought, framing Atlantis as both a historical lesson and a warning. Yet, the detailed descriptions of Atlantean construction, trade, and science remained compellingly specific, suggesting that the library's custodians understood that the tale might be rooted in an older, perhaps factual, understanding of pre-flood humanity. The manuscripts suggest an interplay between belief and inquiry, between doctrinal caution and intellectual curiosity, a balance that the Vatican sought to maintain across centuries. By the Renaissance, the rediscovery of classical texts fueled renewed interest in Atlantis. Scholars such as Giovanni Pico della Mirandola and Athanasius Kircher examined these manuscripts and sought to reconcile the Platonic account with biblical history. Kircher, in particular, noted parallels between Atlantean descriptions and other ancient records, Egyptian inscriptions, Mesopotamian flood tablets, and indigenous legends from across the globe. Vatican copies of these texts, often annotated in Latin, Greek, or Arabic, indicate a careful, systematic effort to catalogue, cross-reference, and understand the story of a civilization lost beneath the sea. The manuscripts were treated not as fanciful tales, but as data points in a larger historical, theological, and cosmological framework. Even in modern times, the Vatican's interest in Atlantis persists. Scholars have noted that some catalogued manuscripts contain comparative studies of ancient navigation, geodesy, and lost lands. There are hints that knowledge of submerged continental shelves, advanced engineering, and cultural continuity was not dismissed, but preserved. A record of human memory extending beyond the flood, beyond written history, into myth and legend. The library's custodians seem to recognize that the tale of Atlantis is more than a philosophical parable. It is a fragment of humanity's attempt to remember what has been forgotten, to preserve a memory of civilizations that once flourished and vanished, under waters we may never fully chart. In the end, the Vatican's engagement with Atlantis is a testament to the delicate preservation of forbidden or dangerous knowledge. The manuscripts reveal curiosity restrained by caution, reverence tempered by doctrinal fidelity, and the persistent awareness that some truths are as perilous as they are illuminating. Atlantis, whether real or allegorical, functions within the library as both cautionary tale and repository of lost wisdom. Its presence in the Vatican archives reminds us that the past is layered, that civilizations rise and fall, and that human memory, when carefully safeguarded, can survive even the deluge of time. Within the silence of the library, the tale of Atlantis waits in margins and ink, a civilization remembered in fragments, a story preserved with care, and an enigma that continues to whisper of worlds submerged, of knowledge hidden, and of history that defies easy chronology. For the Vatican, and for the generations of scholars who have studied its manuscripts, Atlantis is a mirror, reflecting both the limits of human understanding and the enduring desire to preserve what might otherwise be lost forever. Chapter 21. The Catacombs of Rome. Beneath the surface of Rome, beyond the bustling streets, the piazzas, and the grand facades of churches, lie vast networks of catacombs, tunnels that stretch for miles like veins beneath the ancient city. Carved from soft, tough, and volcanic stone, these subterranean corridors served as resting places for the dead, sacred spaces for ritual, and secret refuges for early Christian communities. Yet the catacombs are not merely Christian monuments. Their walls and ceilings bear traces of a much older, more complex religious tapestry, a fusion of pagan, syncretic, and sometimes enigmatic symbols that challenge any straightforward reading of Rome's spiritual past. Early explorers of the catacombs noted frescoes of saints and martyrs, biblical scenes and liturgical imagery, but alongside these familiar Christian motifs, there are depictions of Orpheus taming wild beasts, the Good Shepherd entwined with solar symbols, and fish-like creatures that predate Christian iconography, yet were later reinterpreted through its lens. Some of the earliest inscriptions combine Latin and Greek, using cryptic abbreviations, acrostics, and iconography, whose meanings are still debated by archaeologists. In certain chambers, carved symbols suggest the continued presence of older cults, whose rituals and beliefs quietly coexisted with, or were absorbed into, emerging Christian practices. The Vatican, custodian of Rome's spiritual and intellectual heritage, has historically exercised great caution in permitting access to these subterranean realms. Excavation reports, scholarly accounts, and archival notes suggest that the Church has sought to regulate which discoveries are publicized and which remain within the controlled environment of its libraries and secret collections. Scholars have long speculated that this is not merely a matter of preservation, but also a form of selective disclosure. Certain frescoes and inscriptions, if fully interpreted, could reveal uncomfortable continuities between pre-Christian pagan practices and the rituals of the early Church, a syncretism that challenges the narrative of a clean spiritual rupture between Rome's pagan past and its Christian ascendancy. The layering of religious motifs within the catacombs is striking. In one burial chamber, a fresco shows a procession of figures bearing torches, some wearing laurel wreaths associated with Roman civic rites, others clutching scrolls reminiscent of philosophical teachings. Nearby, a depiction of the phoenix, rising from flames, is interwoven with Christian crosses and Chi-Rho symbols. Such imagery is neither accidental nor purely decorative. It reflects a deliberate intertwining of old and new, of continuity and adaptation. The symbolism suggests that early Christians did not operate in isolation, but absorbed elements from the surrounding religious and cultural environment, reshaping them to express nascent theological ideas while preserving echoes of older cosmologies. Inscribed. Epitaphs add another layer of complexity. Many inscriptions invoke Christ, yet others reference deities like Serapis, or use zodiacal motifs common in Hellenistic astrology. Certain names, believed to belong to freedmen, merchants, or artisans, appear in multiple chambers, suggesting familial or communal burial practices that span generations and belief systems. In some instances, iconography associated with healing, fertility, and protection, motifs common in pre-Christian Rome, appears alongside prayers to Christ. Such juxtaposition is a subtle testament to the transitional nature of belief in late antiquity, a world where divine authority was negotiated, appropriated, and expressed in forms that could traverse both pagan and Christian sensibilities. The catacombs' architecture itself carries symbolic meaning. Narrow corridors wind into domed chambers. Niches hold sarcophagi intricately carved with scenes that blend myth, allegory, and faith. Certain chambers were purposefully hidden, accessible only by concealed passageways, perhaps reserved for initiates or those entrusted with esoteric knowledge. Archaeologists note that these hidden chambers often contain the most syncretic art: a serpent coiled around a cross, a depiction of a classical god alongside an angel, or astrological charts framing Christian symbolism. The intentional placement of these elements suggests that early Roman Christians, while outwardly orthodox, preserved knowledge and ritual forms that bridged centuries of spiritual thought, retaining a memory of pre-Christian cosmologies even as they adopted the new faith. It is within these layers of artistic and symbolic continuity that the catacombs whisper their most compelling secrets. The Church's custodians, aware of the potential implications, have historically managed access to certain areas. Excavation permits were often granted selectively, and scholarly reports censored or redirected toward theological framing. Some researchers argue that the Vatican's careful oversight reflects both reverence and caution, a desire to preserve the sanctity of sacred spaces, but also an awareness that the visual record of Rome's underground world challenges linear historical narratives. To reveal fully the pagan Christian syncretism would not undermine faith, but it might unsettle conventional storytelling of Rome's spiritual evolution, revealing instead a fluid, adaptive, and often hidden continuity. Among the more enigmatic finds are paintings of figures in flowing robes, holding what appear to be ritual implements. Some scholars see parallels with mystery cults, particularly the Mithraic and Isis-centered traditions that flourished in Rome alongside early Christianity. The recurrence of geometric symbols, labyrinthine motifs, and ritual scenes implies a shared cultural literacy, Initiates of one faith could recognize, adapt, or reinterpret elements from another. These visual languages of devotion, preserved in stone and pigment, speak to an underground culture of belief, where orthodoxy was negotiated in private, and where the intersection of faith, power, and memory was as complex as the labyrinthine corridors themselves. Inscriptions etched into the walls further deepen this sense of hidden knowledge. Abbreviated formulas, numeric sequences, and symbolic monograms hint at the use of numerology, mystical cosmology, or even calendrical systems that were partially inherited from pagan practices. For centuries, these texts were studied sparingly, often translated or interpreted through the theological frameworks of the Church. Some scholars today argue that a full reading of these inscriptions might illuminate aspects of early Christian ritual, spirituality, and community organization that remain obscured, truths carefully preserved, yet only selectively disclosed. The catacombs also reveal social dimensions of faith, burial choices, positioning of sarcophagi, and the distribution of iconography suggest that families, guilds, or communities maintained ritual practices across generations, blending inherited traditions with emerging Christian belief. In this subterranean world, death was both a communal and a spiritual event, mediated by symbols that could simultaneously honor ancestral traditions and assert fidelity to the new faith. In preserving this multiplicity, the catacombs function as a living archive, a record of human adaptation, negotiation, and the subtle interweaving of memory, myth, and belief. Yet for all their preservation, the catacombs remain enigmatic. Certain passages have never been fully excavated. Frescoes remain partially obscured beneath layers of plaster or soot. Some chambers, recorded in archival inventories, have been restricted for centuries. The reason for this partial secrecy may be practical, structural fragility, concern for preservation. Yet scholars cannot ignore the possibility of deliberate discretion. Within these underground corridors lies evidence of religious fusion, esoteric symbolism, and ancient rites that the Church may have deemed sensitive, requiring careful stewardship rather than unmediated exposure. The catacombs of Rome, then, are more than burial sites. They are a repository of human memory, a palimpsest of belief, and a silent testament to the coexistence of old and new worlds. Each fresco, inscription, and architectural detail carries whispers of continuity, of adaptation, and of knowledge transmitted across centuries. The careful preservation of these subterranean corridors by the Vatican reflects an understanding that the past is not linear, that faith is layered, and that the truths of early Roman spirituality cannot be neatly disentangled from the cultures and beliefs that preceded them. Walking through these catacombs, one is struck not merely by the solemnity of the dead, but by the echoes of human inquiry and spiritual negotiation. Here, Christianity emerges not in isolation, but in dialogue with the cultures, rituals, and philosophies that shaped its earliest adherents. The catacombs serve as both sanctuary and archive, guarding the delicate interplay of memory, belief, and adaptation. For those who study them, they offer insight into the depth and complexity of Rome's religious evolution, a story of continuity and fusion, of hidden knowledge preserved beneath layers of stone, of the past lingering quietly beneath the city that rose above it. Chapter 22. The secret rooms of the Apostolic Archive. Within the fortified walls of the Vatican, beyond the visible shelves, reading rooms, and meticulously catalogued manuscripts, lies a realm spoken of only in whispers, the hidden corridors, locked chambers, and undisclosed vaults of the Apostolic Archive. These rooms, often described as forbidden even to seasoned scholars, are said to house materials that the Church has deemed too sensitive, too powerful, or too destabilizing to be examined without oversight. They are more than repositories of parchment and ink. They are, by all accounts, sanctuaries of secrecy, vessels of knowledge that may predate the very foundations of Christianity itself. Accounts of these secret rooms are fragmentary, drawn from the memoirs of Vatican librarians, testimonies of visiting academics, and occasionally the cryptic notes of clerics who had access but were bound by oath to silence. One recurring detail is the architectural design. The corridors are narrow, often subterranean, reinforced with stone and iron, and equipped with doors of solid oak or bronze, bearing locks and mechanisms described as unusually intricate, almost labyrinthine. Some reports mention chambers within chambers, a deliberate layering that creates a sense of both protection and concealment. In this way, the archive becomes more than a library. It is a fortress of ideas, a place where the past is both preserved and guarded, its contents kept at a careful distance from public scrutiny. The speculation surrounding these secret rooms is fueled not merely by their inaccessibility, but by what some suggest lies within. Scholars and investigators have long debated whether the collections might include pre-Christian relics, codices written in scripts now lost to history, ritual implements whose purpose is obscure, or fragments of Gospels and apocryphal texts that never entered the canonical record. Among these are rumoured manuscripts attributed to Mary Magdalene, Peter, or other early disciples, texts that might shed light on interpretations of Christ's teachings diverging from orthodox understanding. The very possibility that such documents could exist, preserved in controlled secrecy, invites questions about the Church's intent. Protection, preservation, or the deliberate suppression of inconvenient truths. Other accounts hint at materials whose significance transcends theology. Some describe diagrams and treatises, drawn with precision and care, that suggest knowledge of mechanics, astronomy, or even medicine, centuries ahead of their time. Could these be remnants of ancient wisdom, safeguarded to prevent misuse? There are stories of artifacts that seem more technological than liturgical. Small devices inscribed with unknown symbols, geometrical arrangements that imply sophisticated understanding of forces or the cosmos. If such objects exist within these rooms, their preservation raises profound questions. Were these the tools of early civilizations, handed down to the Church through careful custodianship, or remnants of knowledge deemed too disruptive for the public? The secrecy surrounding the rooms is maintained through ritual as much as through locks. Entry is often limited to high-ranking officials or select scholars, vetted not merely for expertise, but for loyalty, discretion, and understanding of the weight of what they might encounter. Access protocols are said to include oaths of silence, sometimes spanning lifetimes, and in certain cases, observation by multiple witnesses to ensure that no single individual possesses unmediated access. Within these controlled environments, manuscripts are handled with gloves, measured light, and catalogued meticulously, reinforcing the sense that the archive is not merely a library, but a sanctum, a space where knowledge is treated with reverent caution. Rumors of these secret rooms have drawn speculation for centuries. Some believe that the chambers contain material that could radically alter our understanding of human history. Evidence of pre-flood civilizations, advanced technologies from forgotten ages, or connections between religious traditions across continents. Tales of maps showing lost continents. Texts describing celestial mechanics unknown in their purported era, and accounts of rituals with astonishing parallels across time and geography have all been linked, in one way or another, to the sealed rooms. Though most of these claims are impossible to verify, their persistence suggests that the notion of restricted knowledge holds a magnetic power over imagination and scholarship alike. Testimonies from those who have glimpsed the secret chambers are tantalizing yet frustratingly opaque. One Vatican librarian, writing under strict anonymity, described a room where the air was heavy with the scent of ancient parchment, the walls lined with shelves that extended beyond sight. Within, she recalled, were codices bound in materials now uncommon, inscribed in alphabets that mingled Greek, Latin, and unknown characters. Some volumes were illustrated with cosmological diagrams, figures of stars, planets, and abstract forms that defied immediate comprehension. Even the most erudite scholars present could only speculate on the meaning, and the librarian emphasizes the profound sense of awe and apprehension that accompanied the encounter. These secret rooms also carry a social dimension, reflecting the mechanisms of control and stewardship within the Church. By regulating access, the Vatican ensures that knowledge is mediated, its interpretation guided by theological and historical frameworks considered safe or appropriate. This stewardship, while protective, inevitably raises questions about censorship and selective disclosure. What decisions were made to preserve certain texts while suppressing others? How did these choices shape not only religious understanding, but also the transmission of knowledge to the wider world? The secrecy of the rooms thus becomes an active participant in history, influencing the trajectory of scholarship and belief across centuries. The nature of the manuscripts themselves is diverse. Some are purely textual, composed of dense theological arguments, liturgical instructions, or philosophical reflections. Others are richly illustrated with charts, diagrams, and symbols that hint at esoteric traditions. Certain codices appear to blend multiple disciplines, theology intertwined with astronomy, medicine, or natural philosophy, suggesting that knowledge in the ancient world was holistic, unbound by the modern divisions between science, spirituality, and art. Preservation in secret, then, could be interpreted not simply as fear of heresy, but as recognition of the profound responsibility inherent in safeguarding potentially world-altering knowledge. Among the most persistent legends is that of the Vault of Origins, a chamber described in 16th and 17th century memoirs of Jesuit scholars. This vault is said to house fragments of texts that predate the canonical Bible, perhaps even predating the Roman Empire itself. Some reports describe them as clay tablets, scrolls, or codices written in forgotten tongues, containing cosmological accounts, ritual formulas, or genealogies of ancient peoples. If even a fraction of these claims is true, the implications are immense. A continuity of knowledge spanning millennia, preserved within the Vatican not merely for religious purposes, but as a guardian of human memory. Yet, despite speculation, the existence of these secret rooms remains largely unverifiable. Archival records confirm the presence of restricted areas within the Apostolic Archive, but the precise nature of their contents is rarely, if ever, disclosed. Scholars who seek access encounter layers of bureaucracy and criteria that extend beyond academic merit, emphasizing the Church's unique role as custodian, interpreter, and, in some ways, arbiter of history itself. This tension between curiosity and control is at the heart of the mystique. The rooms symbolize both the preservation of the past and the limits of human access to it. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of these secret chambers is the aura of possibility they create. Whether they contain pre-Christian relics, lost gospels, forbidden technologies, or records of civilizations long vanished, the mere existence of restricted space invites reflection on what humanity has known and what remains hidden. These rooms are as much a mirror of human ambition, fear, and reverence as they are a repository of documents. They provoke questions that echo beyond the walls of the Vatican. What knowledge is too dangerous to release? How does secrecy shape history, belief, and the pursuit of truth? And in guarding these chambers, what does the Church hope to protect? The faithful, the world, or something subtler and deeper? The memory of the human journey itself. The stories of scholars glimpsing these vaults, even briefly, emphasize the duality of wonder and caution. Some describe the thrill of encountering texts that could rewrite historical understanding. Others recount the weight of responsibility, the palpable sense that the materials are not merely objects, but active agents of continuity and memory. It is in this interplay between curiosity and caution, revelation and restraint, that the true significance of the secret rooms emerges. They are, above all, spaces where the past is kept alive, yet carefully mediated, a silent archive of possibility. Chapter 23. The Great Flood and Cyclical Time. Across the many corridors of the Vatican Library, beneath the high ceilings and the hush of careful scholarship, one motif echoes persistently, almost as if it is whispered from one manuscript to the next: the waters of the flood. From the clay tablets of Sumer to the codices of the Maya, from Egyptian funerary texts to biblical parchments, a recurring narrative threads through the human record. The image of cataclysm, of destruction by deluge, of a world undone and remade. The story is not confined to any single culture, nor to any particular geography. It is at once local and universal, resonating across continents, epochs, and languages. And the Vatican, in preserving these texts, has become a quiet custodian of a memory that stretches back to the earliest civilizations. The Sumerian kings' lists, inscribed in neat columns of cuneiform, recount reigns that extend for tens of thousands of years, ending abruptly with a great flood. Scholars who have examined these records note that the precision of the kingly succession suggests more than myth, a deep concern with chronology and the continuity of memory. The flood is presented not simply as a story, but as a pivotal event, a boundary between a before and an after, a temporal marker that reshapes human understanding of history. When these lists were copied, studied, and preserved, the Vatican may have recognized something profound: that human civilization is both fragile and cyclical, prone to patterns that repeat across time. Similarly, Egyptian texts, particularly the pyramid texts and portions of the Book of the Dead, contain imagery of waters rising, cosmic upheaval, and the resetting of order. These are not allegories of a single king's misfortune. They are metaphors for cyclical time, the eternal oscillation of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The Egyptians envisioned a universe where the Nile's inundation mirrored a larger cosmic flood, where the destruction of the old allowed the renewal of the new. When such manuscripts arrived in European hands, and eventually in the Vatican's care, they were recognized not only for their religious significance, but for their philosophical depth, a codification of humanity's awareness of fragility and impermanence. In the Americas, the Mayan codices tell similar stories. Though separated by oceans and millennia, the Maya framed time in immense cycles, baktuns, katuns, and tons, each a measure of cosmic rhythm. Within these cycles, cataclysms were expected, recorded, and warned against. Certain codices describe deluges and upheavals in stark detail, accompanied by astronomical observations. The Vatican's interest in these manuscripts, brought to Europe in the aftermath of conquest, may have extended beyond their exotic appeal. These texts embodied a warning that spanned both time and space, a lesson encoded in the very movement of stars, a reflection of the universe's rhythm mirrored in human history. The biblical flood, as recorded in Genesis, serves as a synthesis of these motifs. Noah's Ark, the covenant, the reset of human history, all echo and yet reinterpret older narratives. The story was preserved, canonized, and widely disseminated, but its resonance with older Mesopotamian accounts, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, raises questions about the transmission of knowledge. Did church authorities preserve these older accounts consciously, as a recognition of continuity, or did they seek to suppress alternative interpretations, safeguarding theological authority while keeping humanity's cyclical vulnerability obscured? The Vatican's stewardship of these texts suggests a delicate balancing act, preserving history but controlling its interpretation. The notion of cyclical time itself, embedded in many of these manuscripts, may have posed a subtle challenge to orthodox linear narratives. In Mesopotamian thought, the flood marks both an end and a beginning, a turning of the wheel rather than a singular judgment. In Egyptian cosmology, the rise and fall of the Nile, the motion of the stars, and the recurring tales of divine intervention all point to a world governed by cycles, not singular linear progression. Even the Mayan calculations, with their precise astronomical cycles, reflect an understanding that civilizations rise, peak, and decline in patterns that may recur across millennia. Preserving this knowledge meant grappling with a worldview that might, quietly, contradict the idea of history as a singular progression towards a final divine plan. Within the Vatican's manuscripts, one also finds the layering of observation, calculation, and moral reflection. Some texts pair flood narratives with astronomical charts, others with genealogies or ritual instructions. It is as if the ancients, across continents, sought to encode not only what happened, but how to interpret it, how to anticipate it, and how to survive it. The Church's preservation of these texts, then, might be seen as an acknowledgement of their value, a recognition that these warnings of cyclical fragility are essential to understanding humanity's place in the cosmos. And yet, the restricted access to certain manuscripts implies caution. Knowledge is preserved, but not fully revealed, suggesting a fear of the implications if such understanding were too widely disseminated. The flood motif, in its ubiquity, raises profound psychological questions. Why do so many cultures imagine a universal deluge? Some scholars suggest that memory of actual environmental catastrophes was transmitted through generations, codified in myth. Others propose that floods, as natural events with both destructive and regenerative power, serve as archetypes, symbols, through which humans interpret their vulnerability and mortality. When these narratives converge in the Vatican Library, they form a tapestry of collective memory, a warning, a meditation, and perhaps a subtle lesson in humility. Interestingly, the manuscripts also contain indications of human resilience and adaptation. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's counterpart, Utnapishtim, survives the flood, preserving knowledge and life for the future. Similarly, the Mayan texts outline cyclical destruction alongside continuity of ritual, astronomy, and cultural practice. Even in Egyptian texts, survival, renewal, and judgment are interwoven, demonstrating that floods are not mere punishments, but catalysts for rebirth. Preserving these manuscripts may have been, in part, an acknowledgement that understanding cycles of catastrophe and recovery is central to stewardship of human civilization itself. The selective nature of preservation raises its own questions. Some texts were catalogued, studied, and copied. Others were hidden or restricted. Was this purely theological caution, or a deeper recognition that understanding cyclical cataclysms might empower those who could anticipate or manipulate them? Did the Vatican see in these texts a knowledge too potent, too destabilizing if misinterpreted, and thus worthy of careful guardianship? The secrecy surrounding certain codices suggests that knowledge of the cycles of human civilization was not merely academic, but perhaps strategic, a means of controlling how history's lessons could be applied. Even today, scholars find themselves confronting the tension between revelation and restraint. The manuscripts speak across centuries, their narratives compelling yet incomplete, their cycles evident yet enigmatic. Each reading, each comparison, evokes a sense of vertigo. The realization that human history may not be linear, that the world has been repeatedly reshaped by forces both natural and, perhaps, guided by knowledge lost to time. And within the quiet halls of the Vatican, these manuscripts lie, their warnings preserved, their mysteries intact, offering both insight and restraint, as though the very act of reading demands patience, reflection, and humility. Ultimately, the flood narratives and the cyclical visions they encode remind us that humanity exists within patterns far larger than itself. Civilization is fragile, yet resilient. Destruction is inevitable, yet renewal is possible. The Vatican, by preserving these texts, has acted as custodian not merely of religious tradition, but of human memory itself. And while access remains controlled and interpretation mediated, the manuscripts endure as a testament to the recurring rhythms of existence, a silent chorus reminding us that the rise and fall of worlds is an eternal refrain, one that demands attention, contemplation, and respect. And so, within the vaults and reading rooms of the Vatican, the waters continue to whisper. Across Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Americas, the flood is not merely a story, it is a warning, a pattern, a cycle of time that humanity has witnessed again and again. Preserved, catalogued, and partially concealed, these texts remind us that the past is never truly past, that knowledge carries both power and responsibility, and that perhaps the greatest insight lies in recognizing our place within the endless flow of cycles that shape the human journey. Chapter 24. Who really built the Vatican's secret library? To stand before the Vatican Library today is to confront an illusion of permanence. Its marble halls, its vaulted ceilings, the hushed corridors lined with manuscripts and codices all suggest a deliberate design, an institution born in the Renaissance under Pope Nicholas V. Yet to trace the library's true origins is to descend far deeper than the 15th century. Beneath the visible, beneath the official foundation, there is a sediment of history that stretches into Rome's pagan past, into the chaotic swirl of conquests, councils, and inquisitions, where knowledge was preserved, manipulated, and sometimes deliberately obscured. The library, in its present form, is a monument not only to preservation, but to secrecy. Its creation cannot be understood as the work of a single pope, a single era, or even a single intention. Long before the first catalogued manuscripts were shelved, priests and scribes were already collecting, copying, and translating texts across centuries. As the Roman Empire waned and Christianity ascended, pagan knowledge did not vanish. It was absorbed, repurposed, and, at times, hidden. Philosophical treatises, mathematical calculations, and ritualistic texts from Greece, Egypt, and the Near East found their way into church hands, sometimes through conquest, sometimes through painstaking translation. Each manuscript carries the fingerprint of a culture that preceded Christianity, and in many cases, the care with which these texts were preserved suggests an awareness of their potential to disrupt prevailing theological narratives. The library, therefore, was not only built to store knowledge, it was built to control it. The mechanisms of this control were complex. Councils, such as those convened in Carthage or Nicaea, determined which texts were deemed orthodox and which were heretical, yet even the condemned works were rarely destroyed outright. Instead, they were catalogued, hidden, or sequestered within ecclesiastical walls. The Inquisitions of the Middle Ages extended this process. Accused heretics were interrogated, their manuscripts seized, and in many cases, their writings were incorporated into Vatican collections, often anonymized or redacted. These processes reveal a layered intention. The Church was not merely amassing knowledge for enlightenment, it was curating, editing, and sometimes obscuring it, creating a labyrinthine archive where truth and secrecy intertwined. When Renaissance humanists arrived in Rome, they encountered this pre-existing sediment of texts, some preserved in monasteries, others scattered in private collections. Pope Nicholas V recognized the potential of consolidating these disparate archives, commissioning the construction of a central repository that would become the library we know today. Yet even this act of formalization was only a surface layer, atop centuries of prior collection. Scribes and clerics had already labored in the shadows, copying texts in the dim light of candle flame, ensuring that knowledge survived cycles of conquest and destruction. It is in these unseen efforts that the library's true builders can be glimpsed. Not popes alone, but the multi-generational network of custodians who understood the dangerous value of what they preserved. The library's architecture itself hints at its secretive past. Vaulted rooms, hidden alcoves, and corridors extending beyond official maps suggest a design intended for both preservation and discretion. Medieval accounts speak of chambers accessible only to certain orders, rooms where texts too controversial, too potent, or too mysterious were kept under lock and key. Some manuscripts, rumored to contain pre-Christian rituals, astronomical observations unknown to Europe, or forgotten engineering principles, were never intended for ordinary scholars. They were held as guardians of memory, reminders that knowledge carries power and that some truths must be shielded from those unprepared to bear them. The process of acquisition was equally deliberate. Conquests in the Near East, North Africa, and the Americas brought entire libraries into European hands. Jesuit missionaries, traveling across continents, returned with codices, oral accounts, and ritual knowledge, all of which were funneled into Vatican custody. At each stage, the accumulation of texts was guided by selection as much as chance. Certain manuscripts were preserved, others destroyed. Certain knowledge was translated, other fragments left unreadable. The library thus became a living archive of human curiosity and human control, an institution shaped as much by omission as by inclusion. Yet the question persists, was the library built primarily as a centre for learning or as a fortress for secrets? On the one hand, its halls have supported centuries of scholarship, facilitating the study of theology, history, and science. On the other hand, the patterns of restriction, secrecy, and censorship suggest a parallel purpose. Certain rooms remain off-limits, entire collections unlisted, and documents sealed behind doors whose keys are entrusted to only a few. Even modern scholars acknowledge that only a fraction of the library's holdings have been fully catalogued or studied. Could it be that the library was never intended to be comprehensively accessed? That its true function is to preserve knowledge as a safeguard, a memory of what must remain hidden? The deeper one probes the library's origins, the more apparent it becomes that its creation was cumulative rather than singular. Pagan scribes, monastic scholars, inquisitors, Jesuit missionaries, and Renaissance popes each contributed to its accumulation and arrangement. In this sense, the library is less an architectural achievement than a historical organism, its walls containing not only books, but layers of intention, adaptation, and careful selection. It is an archive of civilization itself, reflecting not only what humans have learned, but what they have feared. Consider the manuscripts themselves. They range from codices of classical philosophy to occult texts, from astronomical charts to theological treatises, from maps depicting lost continents to translations of forgotten languages. Each one carries a story of preservation against entropy, of labor devoted to ensuring its survival. Some texts whisper of technologies that predate known history. Others hint at cosmologies that challenge linear chronology. Collectively, they form a mosaic of human thought, knowledge, and imagination. Yet they are curated in a manner that shapes how, when, and if this mosaic is fully revealed. The library, in this light, is less a neutral repository than a carefully constructed interface between the known and the unknowable. Even the library's ceremonial aspects suggest an understanding of its symbolic power. Public readings, scholarly, audiences, and restricted viewing rooms all reinforce the sense that access is a privilege, not a right. The act of entering, of touching a manuscript, is framed as participation in a continuum that stretches across centuries. A ritual acknowledgement that knowledge is not merely intellectual but sacred. By framing the library in this way, the Church emphasizes the careful stewardship of information, highlighting both its value and its potential danger. The enduring question, then, is whether we can ever truly know who built the library. The official record credits Renaissance popes and architects. Yet the deeper truth lies in the accumulated work of countless individuals who labored anonymously. Their intent may have varied: preservation, control, devotion, or fear. But collectively, they shaped an institution whose purpose transcends the mere cataloguing of books. In preserving what they considered too dangerous, too powerful, or too enlightening for the general populace, they created a sanctuary of human memory, one that safeguards both the heights of human achievement and the shadows of forbidden knowledge. And so, as one walks the polished corridors, as one glimpses the rows of ancient tomes, the question lingers: was the Vatican Library truly built for us to read? Or was it built to endure, to preserve, to protect, and perhaps to warn? Its walls contain stories we may never fully access, codices that may never be decoded, and secrets whose implications remain intentionally obscured. The library is less a place of discovery than a monument to remembrance, a silent testament that some knowledge, no matter how profound, is inseparable from the responsibility of guarding it. Perhaps, in the end, the library's greatest achievement is not the collection itself, but the awareness it imparts. That human history is layered, that knowledge is both a gift and a burden, and that the past is never truly gone when it is preserved in deliberate secrecy. The library reminds us that civilization has always walked a narrow path between curiosity and caution, between revelation and restraint. And in its silent halls, in the shadows of its vaulted ceilings, it whispers to those who enter: the greatest. Truths are not always for our reading, they are for our remembrance. Beyond the immediate sweep of the library's organized halls, there exist corridors whose purpose remains deliberately opaque. These are not marked on public plans, nor are they mentioned in any official guidebooks. Scholars who have glimpsed them describe narrow passageways lined with unmarked shelves, rooms whose keys are entrusted only to the most senior Vatican custodians, and chambers so carefully sealed that even the air seems weighted with centuries of contained knowledge. Within these spaces, it is said, lie manuscripts that predate Christianity itself. Texts written in languages that have no modern parallel, charts of the heavens that prefigure modern astronomy, and records of civilizations that, if fully revealed, could disrupt conventional timelines of human history. These rooms suggest that the library was as much a fortress as it was a repository, designed to contain truths whose very revelation might shift the foundations of accepted doctrine. Transmission of texts into these hidden vaults was not random. Conquerors, explorers, and missionaries often presented their acquisitions as gifts to the Church, yet the Vatican's archivists appear to have exercised rigorous discernment. A codex from Egypt, for instance, might be placed in an open collection for scholarly study, while a similar manuscript containing esoteric cosmology or alternative accounts of creation could be sequestered. Jesuit reports from China, detailing not only Confucian philosophy but also geomantic practices and early astronomical observations, were carefully sorted. Those deemed compatible with Christian understanding were circulated. Those that challenged or complicated doctrine were consigned to secrecy. Over centuries, a meticulous pattern emerged. Knowledge preserved not simply to be read, but to be measured, filtered, and, when necessary, withheld. It is also important to consider the human element. The library's true builders, those who labored long before the marble facades and Renaissance frescoes, were not figures of authority, but of devotion and discretion. Monks copying texts by candlelight, scribes preserving records of distant lands, inquisitors cataloguing heretical writings. Each played a role in shaping an archive that was far more than a collection of books. They understood that manuscripts carried power, that ideas could challenge kings and popes alike, and that the survival of knowledge was inseparable from the means of controlling it. Their work was invisible, yet foundational. They were the hands that stitched together the fabric of the library, layer upon layer, century upon century. The library's acquisitions often arrived under circumstances that themselves hint at a shadow history. After the conquest of Constantinople in 1204, countless Greek manuscripts were brought to Rome, some openly, others quietly, taken from monasteries or private collections. During the Renaissance, travelers from the Americas and Africa delivered codices and ritual records, many written in pictographic or ciphered languages. Each arrival demanded evaluation: which texts could be displayed, which could be studied, and which were too perilous to circulate. In this way, the library became an instrument of both enlightenment and containment, a place where human curiosity was encouraged, yet bounded by an understanding of risk and responsibility. Even the library's cataloguing system reflects this duality of preservation and restriction. While scholars today marvel at the meticulous indexing of texts, there are indications that entire collections were omitted from official records, their existence acknowledged only in obscure cross-references, or in private notations. Rumors persist of manuscripts that describe antediluvian technologies, forgotten methods of navigation, or astronomical knowledge lost to time. Some are said to outline human capacities that bordered on what modern science would later rediscover, while others contain theological frameworks that contradict or expand upon canonical teachings. These texts were not destroyed, but neither were they made fully accessible. They exist in a delicate liminality, preserved yet hidden, known only to a select few. The library's physical and symbolic architecture reinforces this principle. The arrangement of halls, alcoves, and reading rooms ensures that access is gradual and mediated. Certain manuscripts are only viewable under strict supervision. Others require certification or demonstration of prior scholarly achievement. The ritual of entry itself conveys a subtle message. Knowledge is not a right, it is a responsibility. In preserving text this way, the library conveys both reverence for the content it houses and a recognition of the potential dangers inherent in unrestrained access. Knowledge, in this context, is sacred, but it is also dangerous. One of the more enigmatic aspects of the library is the continuity of its preservation across political and religious upheavals. Popes, emperors, and revolutionary forces have risen and fallen. Rome has been sacked, occupied, and rebuilt, yet the library's core collections endured, often moved, copied, and shielded in ways that defy casual explanation. This suggests a conscious effort not merely to collect knowledge, but to maintain a continuous thread of custodianship, a deliberate hand guiding the library's survival through centuries of instability. It was not built for a single generation, nor for immediate access. It was built to endure, to survive, and to guard. Perhaps most compelling is the sense that the library functions as a memory of human ambition, error, and discovery. Within, its shelves are codices detailing civilizations that no longer exist, maps of lands lost beneath ice or sea, and texts that record astronomical events whose observation predates modern instruments. They are fragments of a human story that has been partially forgotten, partially reinterpreted, and partially suppressed. In preserving these fragments, the library is a repository not only of knowledge, but of memory itself, a meditation on what humanity has learned, what it has feared, and what it has deemed necessary to conceal. And so we return to the central question: who really built the Vatican Library? It is tempting to ascribe it to the Renaissance popes and architects whose names are recorded in formal histories. Yet the deeper truth is far more complex. The library is the cumulative product of centuries, an institution shaped by scribes, clerics, missionaries, inquisitors, and scholars, all of whom contributed to its creation in ways both visible and invisible. Its purpose was never solely to educate or to illuminate. It was also, fundamentally, to preserve, to protect, and to control. The library is less a creation of a single mind, and more a manifestation of collective consciousness, a structure built over generations to safeguard the dangerous, the powerful, and the sacred. Perhaps then, the final lesson of the library is that some knowledge is inseparable from its guardianship. The texts, manuscripts, and relics housed within are not mere records. They are reminders that human understanding has always walked a boundary between revelation and restraint. The library endures because it must, because the truths it contains are too profound, too disruptive, or too delicate to be left fully exposed. And in its silent corridors, its locked rooms, and its shadowed alcoves, it whispers to us across centuries. The act of preservation is itself a form of wisdom, and some histories, some secrets, are entrusted to the careful hands of those who understand that knowledge is power, and that power demands discretion. In the end, the Vatican Library is not only a repository of what humanity has known, it is a monument to what humanity has chosen to remember and what it has chosen to keep hidden. Its creators were many, its intentions layered, and its legacy uncertain. We may walk its halls, gaze upon its manuscripts, and marvel at its collections, yet we are always aware of what lies beyond reach, the corridors that remain sealed, the knowledge that remains deliberately obscured. Perhaps this was always the library's true purpose, not merely to store the record of human achievement, but to ensure that some truths remain both eternal and elusive, preserved across the centuries. For reasons we can only speculate upon,